number one. Mike Lindell is going to be joining us for an interview. Obviously, Mike Lindell has worked over of all his hard work in the forefront tonight. What can we expect in the state of Minnesota where he does his manufacturing? The My Pillow Company is located in Minnesota. We're going to have a live update from him. Also, Representative Andy Biggs, he's in Arizona. He gave us a really good projection of what he thinks is going to happen. May not be as optimistic
We're looking at 46% of votes counted. The Associated Press reporting Donald Trump has 1.1 million votes versus a little bit less than that for Harris, still over the 1 million mark. So the percentage breakdown right now in Virginia, President Trump 49.6%, Harris 48.7%. So leading in Virginia. We've seen it go back and forth, just like North Carolina.
Exactly, and we're getting close to about half of the electorate actually counted there, but I would equate that to two things. Of course, President Trump's visit to Western Virginia and also Salem, a really great ability to make inroads there. But look at Governor Glenn Youngkin, how successful he's been with keeping men out of women's sports. What happened with the D.C. suburbs and the response to his election was the fact that he was willing to handle that, and it protects parents against a bloated bureaucracy. FBI agents coming to their home if they were protesting or questioning school board members. Really a creepy moment for big government oversight, and that being tested on the suburbanites in D.C. Can that transfer into a presidential win and a surprise upset for President Trump?
Exactly. I mean, you see the proof in the pudding, as they say. Salem, Virginia the other day for President Trump rallying there. Then how about Albuquerque, New Mexico? Wait until we get there. I mean, that's 5 electoral votes. We're going to keep adding them up as we see them. We do know President Trump 101, Harris 71 right now, as you guys see on the right side of your screen. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, you saw Christina Loren earlier in the broadcast from Palm Beach, Florida, Harrison Fields, Megan Kohler, and we'll be going shortly to Pennsylvania, the key swing state there with Nikki Stanzione, as there are 19 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls there have closed, except for that one county out there on the west side of Pennsylvania.
We have Cambria County outside of Pittsburgh, and that is extended because there was a malfunction with the machines printing off ballots specifically. So people were voting, and that was not coming out so they could put that in the tabulizer. So that was extended to 10 o'clock. Of course, the RNC does have poll watchers and attorneys on the ground to oversee that. There is no funny business.
Exactly. And so this is video from earlier today. Bucks County, a great American people in line looking to vote on the day of the election. Many millions of Americans voted early, but, you know, right there you saw people waiting in line. I believe we do have some sound, some interviews from Bucks County. Nikki Stanzione was out there a little bit earlier. We'll be going to her live here shortly, and I believe we do have that sound if we want to go to that right now. All right, we'll be getting that in just a second. The director is queuing that up. But, you know, the people there, they want to talk about President Trump a lot of the times. I mean, we saw all of the rallies that happened in Pennsylvania just recently, Pittsburgh, Reading. The Keystone State, as they say, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a lot of supporters there for the red, white, and blue, but mainly red when it comes to President Trump.
Some of the most exciting rallies were in Western PA, even Philadelphia, PA, when I was with the nifty Nikki Stanzione in the heat of the summer, 97 degrees that day, humidity through the roof. But President Trump visiting Temple University in late June to really make that play for the Commonwealth, and a very popular state for him. Now we're seeing some disparity in the numbers right now. It looks like with 16% of the votes counted, Kamala Harris way up, Bob Casey way up. It's looking like that's in the urban centers. So we need to wait some time and see the rest of the state.
All right, that's we're hearing that we'll be going to Nikki Stanzione in a little bit. We'll also be looking at some of the interviews there in Bucks County in a little bit as well. So we do know that we have a number of calls coming up, race calls here for the country for whether it's President Trump or Kamala Harris. So we're going to see what the Associated Press is projecting. We know that President Trump early on, if we remember, Indiana, Kentucky, right out of the gate, the Hoosiers and the Wildcats, not bad over there, huh?
Those two states dropping at 6 o'clock Eastern. Those are the first two to close at the polling, and they went for President Trump right away.
We're hearing right now that the Dakotas are now called for President Donald J. Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota. the Dakotas for President Trump. Also, Wyoming for President Trump. So we could project that North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming now in for President Trump. So the numbers getting updated. 120 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 99 for Harris, as we are watching every vote come through in the sense of the voting precinct numbers that we see with the Associated Press. So, Bobby, getting a little bit closer to that 270 mark for the next president of the United States of America.
And President Trump saying throughout Truth Social in recent posts, many polling places, especially in the West, remain open. Stay in line, vote, 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 swamp the vote. Make sure your voice is heard and do not leave that line. So, very important message from the former and potentially future president of the United States.
So what we're seeing right now, as you say, it says awaiting next poll closings. It looks like at 9 p.m. Eastern time, the following polls are closed. Wisconsin closed. Arizona just closed. Nevada 10 p.m. Eastern. North Carolina already closed at 7:30. So we're just looking at some of the swing states there as we monitor the polls that close. And then, of course, we'll see the numbers come in and the votes counted. We'll be monitoring that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so Pennsylvania already closed, so we're watching those numbers too. Why don't we look in a little closer, Bobby, to Pennsylvania on the interactive AP map here, as we know that that's a key state there, the Commonwealth. We'll be going as well to Pennsylvania shortly for some interviews that occurred a little bit earlier from some great voters there in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to that. Why don't we go to that right now, and then we'll talk about some of the numbers in Pennsylvania.
We're getting closer to the end of the workday, so it's starting to pile on as far as the line length right now. But we want to talk to some friends here and see sort of what the temperament has been today and what the turnout has been like. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, the temperament's been great. I'm a Republican committee woman, and I'm here with my Republican committee man, and we always meet the Democratic committee people who are working across, and we just say, you know, let's be a good example. I'm not saying I'm telling them. We both are saying to the other. We want to make the tempo and the temperament of our process today positive, because
As it should be.
As it should be. Yep.
That's the beauty of being here today. You know how you have people voting on both sides, and we're all making our voices heard, which is what's the beauty of America. So tell me a little bit about what you've been noticing. Is there anything specific as far as, have you seen more men, more women, more different age groups? Has it been kind of a mix? Let me know.
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, I really feel it has not been gender specific. Okay. It has been a good example. We've seen a lot of first-time voters, and that is both guys and gals, and it's been really exciting to see, and they're excited to vote for the first time.
I love to see that. When we talk on the campaign trail, we see all of these young kids, and they say, this is my chance to really exercise my right, which is wonderful. And the next question I just wanted to ask you, as far as what you're going to see, what are you expecting insofar as results? Are you seeing any kind of funny business? Does everything seem very legit? How's election integrity going right now?
I don't see any issues at this point. I mean, we're outside here. We don't see any arguments. We don't see people getting into any kind of conflict with each other. People are taking it seriously. They seem excited. And at this point, I mean, I'm not inside. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but at this point, it looks good out here.
Wonderful. And thank you both so much for what you do and what you're doing for the community. Any specific concerns you want to just talk about as far as what you're hoping to see change, happen, what you're looking forward to based on whatever happens with the results?
Oh, I'm just hoping that everything goes smoothly, that we have a you know, just hope it goes smoothly, and there's no I don't know what the word is, but, you know, I don't even want to put a word on what would be negative.
I like that. So that's a perfect answer. Very politically correct, but also very good. Very good answer. That's what we want to see today. Thank you, ladies, so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, so that was Nikki Stanzione there in Bucks County interviewing some great patriots just either before or after voting there. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we see the electoral votes on the bottom of your screen there as we monitor the numbers coming through, as we await a new projection map here with the AP. Here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we see, again, the newest states, Bobby, that went to President Trump: North Carolina, North Dakota, South Dakota, and West Virginia. Speaking of North Carolina, what I was about to say, why don't we look at that real quick here? It looks like, Bobby, 40% of the votes counted for President Trump, leading slightly in North Carolina.
Right, and they are coming in, rather rapidly, but that will be looking more and more like a crucial state for the Tar Heel state in the Sun Belt. Big victory if that is able to come across, for sure.
Exactly. So we'll be seeing those numbers as we get them. All of that data that is being taken care of out there in the sense of the votes being counted and what we see here. So we see right there, 270, of course, needed to win. President Trump in the lead, 120 over Harris, 99. We have some serious swing states left, Bobby. We still have Wisconsin. We have Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. We still have, of course, Arizona and Nevada. Am I missing any states there? I mean, that's 7 states, right?
That is.
And North Carolina, yeah. So we have all the states, in the sense of we don't have any swing states yet called for the election right now. Obviously having a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we do know at the end of the day that we have no swing states that have been called yet. So we're monitoring that, and we'll bring you that coverage as we get it.
And it's looking as if the Peach State remains slightly ahead for President Trump with 68% of votes counted. And we heard earlier from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger that Georgia will be called tonight. They are confident in that, even with military absentee roughly making up around 17% of the vote. Georgia being one of the largest states of those active in the military and deployed overseas.
Exactly. So we are looking to see those numbers come in as the electoral votes now. President Trump at 137 to Harris's 99. So a state just came through. Is that Nebraska? We're looking right now as we monitor all of the states that are called for President Trump right now. Of course, again, the swing states have not been called yet. Those are the big ones. And 93 electoral votes up for grabs within that right now. We're seeing also Minnesota looking pretty good toward the red area of just very early, though, on the votes being counted there. So we're monitoring it all right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Now, Nebraska, very interesting. This is part of the Harris play for that one congressional seat, the second congressional seat. Maine is very similar, also with their second congressional seat, where they allocate the Electoral College based on congressional district. In other words, you can win statewide. And that's what President Trump has done with Nebraska, calling 2 of its congressional districts, 1 and 3, that making up the statewide vote. The second congressional district independent of that, so you can have a split result in Nebraska and Maine, which could be crucial if it comes down to a 270 split, or 269, and then 270 being the winning factor.
And something that hasn't happened since 1801, the 269. And I don't think we'll be seeing that tonight. We are seeing the numbers come in, though, and as you see, President Trump leading 137 to 99. It would be great to see some more numbers come in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 11 after 9 Eastern here at RSBN. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here live. You saw Christina Loren and also Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida. We'll be going back out to that Trump team watch party in Palm Beach, and it's quite a pleasure to work with you today, Bobby, as we are, Bobby's been traveling around the country, as you guys have seen, so him in the same studio with me right now is pretty awesome, but it's been quite the campaign trail. Obviously, it stopped last night, and now here we are, President Trump saying, stay in line, stay in line, stay in line if you're voting out there when it comes to some of the West Coast states that are still open for the polls out there.
So important to do because you can make a difference in this election, and especially in crucial states like Arizona and Nevada, with 6 and 11 electoral votes, respectively. Now, we're looking at what seems to be somewhat of a surprise. President Trump continues to lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia with 50% of votes counted for by AP. He is up 49.9% versus the vice president's 48.5%. So roughly several thousand votes separating the two candidates.
Exactly. So again, the number 177 to 99 right now, 177 to 99. So another state must have just come through. It looks like the state of Texas, the Lone Star State, called for President Trump here. Great numbers there. 3.9 million people so far for President Trump there. 3.3 for Kamala Harris. That's at 57% of the votes counted. So the AP estimating and projecting President Trump winning the Lone Star State. So the numbers again updated now: 177 for President Trump, 99 for Harris, as we continue to track each state and these locations. Why don't we look at, let's go to Georgia. How's Georgia doing now?
Going back to, I was just checking the Senate races because some Senate races have not been called. For example, Ted Cruz leading in Texas, but that has not been called yet. Looking at Georgia, with 68% of the vote in, President Trump remains up roughly 52.5% versus the vice president's 46.8%. So roughly 210,000 votes, President Trump is up, and as you see there, again, projected the winner of the Lone Star State with 40 electoral votes. A big victory for President Trump in the heart of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at Louisiana has also gone to President Trump. So obviously the southeastern part of this country, including up in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. Right now, Wisconsin, look at the numbers there. Wisconsin and Michigan, two huge swing states. Wisconsin at 10 electoral votes. Michigan, I believe, 16. So 10 and 16 there in Wisconsin and Michigan. Also, Director, if you could please close down the IFB. If you could please close down the IFB. Thank you. We have a number of sponsors to get to here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. Let's get to those sponsors in just a second, but let's look back at those electoral numbers. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at Michigan has 15, and then Wisconsin has 10. So I was incorrect on Michigan. It's 15, not 16. So I just want to make sure the numbers are all accurate on that.
And again, you have an urban turnout down roughly 321,000 plus votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout down nearly 205,000 votes compared to 4 years ago. The rural turnout in the UP, that is up roughly 56,000 votes compared to this point in 2020 for the Wolverine State.
Exactly. So we're looking at some possible wins there for President Trump as we monitor each of these states coming into the newsroom here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, unfortunately, the state of New York, man, it went to Harris, it looks like, with a decent amount of votes there going to Harris, but that's only with 17% of the votes counted. But the estimate from the AP, the projection is New York will go to Harris. Again, a lot of people there in that state that love President Trump, as you guys know. We look down to New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, it looks like, and Illinois for Harris right now. But we do know that President Trump has a considerable lead, 177 to 99 right now, Bobby, as we are looking at the time zones, of course, from the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest of the country, all the way to the Mountain Time and Western time zones, as we get ready to really come down a final stretch of sorts. We're not there yet, of course. Right,
and it actually looks as if, at least compared to 4 years ago, that things seem to be kind of clipping along, which is somewhat of a surprise, but there has been pressure with a number of secretaries of state and county clerks to really clean up their offices in the process, and they seem to want to get a result fast but also accurately.
All right, so if you're just joining us right now, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have crews in Palm Beach, Florida, and Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And of course, we'll be going to our projection room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have the latest information when it comes to the AP, when it comes to the projections for each state. As you guys see there on the top right of your screen, on the right side of the screen, 177 to 99. And we're looking at, let's go with New Mexico right now. New Mexico has 5 electoral votes that are up for grabs. 7% of the votes counted there, and about a 7,000 vote lead there for President Trump.
Right, and yeah, again, very early, but you know, they were seeing something in Albuquerque and surrounding areas. Again, President Trump closing the campaign in highly blue cities and blue counties, really to make a difference, not only for congressional and Senate candidates, but also for the potential of maybe we can grab one of these blue states in the process.
All right, so producer, if you could please repeat that as we get ready to do a couple of reads here. Birch Gold and Wellness Company. Okay, that's right. We are less than 100 away from that coveted 270 pathway to the White House. Birch Gold Group, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold, silver, precious metals, tax sheltered IRA, 401k, right?
So smart to do. We will still have $35 trillion of debt. It's hard to fathom and wrap your mind around a number so preposterous. And the problem is, it's the Biden-Harris administration that skyrocketed that. If you look at all the debt over 248 years of this glorious country, President Biden responsible for most of it, adding to the debt much more than any of his other predecessors. So a scary thought if Kamala Harris is to succeed him.
Exactly. So text Trump to 989898. You can also get a free fight silver coin with a purchase with Birch Gold Group. Also, let's talk about the Wellness Company as well. All these sponsors bringing us this live coverage here. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Bobby, tell us about this case in the kit. There's a lot of prescriptions that actually do the job.
Absolutely, like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine. You even have a nebulizer in case you have a respiratory illness and, God forbid, bird flu. We saw earlier in the month the World Health Organization organized a bird flu summit and actually mandated vaccines throughout Germany. This was not a story that really broke in many Western outlets, even including the BBC. You think that that would be covered, but it was not. So again, you see mandates throughout the world, and really the way to take care of yourself and make sure you remain healthy is having one of these great kits. Dr. Peter McCullough, a wonderful epidemiologist, canceled for his viewpoints on this. He ended up being right, and his testimony to the Texas Senate, really profound, and I think which helped many people move to these red states over the course of the last 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. To your point, when things are right, I mean, that's what this election's about, I think, at the end of the day. You know, we look at it's not right versus left, it's right versus wrong.
Right.
That's what we're facing right now here. And Bobby, guess what? Hold on, I'm about to hear something. Go ahead, guys. Okay, we're going to toss to Christina here over in the projection room. As we get that lined up, Bobby, I want to share something with you that I just kind of did some calculations here, and I'll share that with you in just a second. All right, so Christina joins us live as well in the projection room. So guys, what I'm looking at is President Trump has 177 electoral votes. He has 93 to the win. And 93 is that key number that Bobby and I have discussed of these swing states. So the 7 swing states add up to exactly 93 votes. And we know, Christina, can you go through the 7 swing states for us? Let's look at them. And also, we know that none of them have been called yet.
No, and I don't know if that's because AP is just trying to keep the drama or keep the hope alive for the Democrat Party. There are other affiliates out there who are going to do their own thing. AP is typically pretty reserved. And, you know, for good reason, we don't want to make a bad call. But what is interesting is the numbers that are coming in right now. They're looking very favorable in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina in particular. So let's start there. In Georgia, we are looking really good right now. The presidential election, this is one of the states where we ran into a lot of trouble. We have counted up 70% of the votes, 52% at this point. Of that 70%, for Donald J. Trump. For Kamala Harris, only 46.6%, and that's where she relies on that key voting bloc in the city limits of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, it's not going to get her where she needs to be if this momentum continues for President Donald J. Trump. We're also looking at North Carolina. At this point in North Carolina, 50% of the votes have been tallied, and right now it's 50.6% for Donald J. Trump, 48.4% for Kamala Harris. You look at the state of Maine, interestingly, that's a state that keeps showing red. It doesn't matter where you're located on the map. There's a lot of people who want change in this country. They want an improved economy. They want no more wide open borders. So that's something that we're also watching. Look at this, Wisconsin and Minnesota now also looking red. We have 5% of the votes counted so far in the Badger State of Wisconsin, but hey, 57.8%. Donald J. Trump is leading right now by a pretty significant margin. That just jumped up. Now, some things to consider to be cautiously optimistic. New Mexico has gone back and forth between red and blue, but California, the state of California, has 54 electoral votes up for grabs. This is the big prize. California, and we know Kamala's home state that she has single-handedly destroyed in many ways as the Attorney General. Well, they typically vote blue in California. Also, when you talk about Washington and Oregon, Washington has 12 electoral votes. Oregon has 8 electoral votes up for grabs. Texas gave President Trump 40, so that is a big win. We know that Kansas, it looks purple right now. That's going to go red. This is Kansas. This is agricultural territory. This is rural America, and this is a part of the country we call Trump country. You move just to the east, to Missouri. This is also Trump country. I'm not worried about these 3 states whatsoever. I just want to kind of zoom in for you, show you what's happening in the state of Iowa right now. We don't have a lot of returns, and the returns that we are getting are coming from Des Moines, and that's obviously the biggest city in Iowa. So we don't have a lot of concern about which way that state is going to shift either. Only 10% of the votes have been counted at this point in Iowa. So Donald J. Trump now up to 177 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 99. We know she's going to get that 54 in California. Nonetheless, the way that this is going right now, it is looking incredibly favorable for Donald J. Trump. Early projections, you take a look at some of the big pollsters, even Nate Silver of 538, he said that he was going to go with his gut, and he believed that President Donald J. Trump would win this election. We're seeing more and more of that as the trend when you take a look at what people are talking about as we're all processing these numbers together tonight. And what's so beautiful about being able to do this together as a country is that we want this change so much. We've been praying for it. We've been hoping for it. And based on the way things are going right now, again, it's still early. We don't want to get too optimistic and then have our hopes crushed as we did in 2020. But things are certainly trending in the right direction. And I'm very pleased to see that, guys.
No, President Trump has 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 99. We're looking real close at Virginia. Bobby and I were just talking for a second, Christina, about the state or the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're just going to add that to one of the swing states at this point because we know the 7 swing states are so crucial. But the fact that Virginia is leaning red right now, that's 13 electoral votes. This could be an 8th swing state that we see possibly won by President Trump.
I mean, it's razor thin, 49.6% to 48.7% in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now. Let me see if I can pop it open so you can see the places that have voted. Some of the larger areas, Norfolk, Virginia, went blue. You can see Richmond, Virginia, went blue. But take a look at all of these rural counties that surround those big cities. Look at all the red on the map. It's unfortunate when you think about the fact that in our big cities, they are the ones making the decisions for all of this territory. You take a look at this map and it is downright inspiring. That is something that none of us really expected to see tonight. I'm really also going to be watching for Minnesota and New Mexico going forward to see which way these states go. New Hampshire is also tighter than a lot of people imagined that it would be. It's looking really good for President Donald J. Trump in states like New Hampshire right now. So we're going to continue to watch all of this. Michigan, this is a key swing state. This is a big state. So let me give you an idea of what's happening in Michigan. The numbers that have come in from Detroit, from Grand Rapids at this point. So you still have all those rural counties where the votes still need to be included in the overall picture. And so Michigan is a state we know has a very good chance of going to Donald J. Trump, and this is based on voter registration. It's based on the early voting data that we have received. So again, a lot of this blue, it does not make me feel deterred in any way, shape, or form that Donald J. Trump is going to win this election. 178 to 99. California has 54. We'll see how things go, but we could have a decision in the next few hours, gentlemen.
And Christina, we can see now that the AP has declared the Buckeye state of Ohio for President Trump. Bernie Moreno, not very distant, leading in the Senate race as well. It looks like in its entirety, and you can help us through this, looks like a net gain of 1 seat thus far in the United States Senate due to West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from neighboring West Virginia with Ohio.
That's right. And Ohio, I mean, we just showed you this data not too long ago, the numbers that we're in. Right now, we're looking much better for Bernie Moreno. He sits at the top, 50.2% of the vote. So it's still very tight there. But as we just saw, when you take a look at the presidential map, President Trump has taken Ohio by the AP's projection. Therefore, there's a very good chance that Bernie Moreno will be in that Senate seat.
Ohio and Florida, Republicans always need in order to obtain the modern presidency. They've accomplished that tonight, but now relatively seemingly safer red seats as you've seen people move to places that are better governed by Republican governors and Republican constitutional officers.
Christina, also, why don't we look at New Hampshire, some of the numbers there right now with New Hampshire?
All right, good idea. New Hampshire also is just a light shade of red. 39% of the votes have been counted, 54.2% going to Kamala Harris, but 44% going to Donald J. Trump. And just to speak to your point, Bobby McNeely, you're right. There's 30 electoral votes that came in for Trump from Florida in this election. And we also are looking good in Ohio. It looks like the AP has called that. I don't see that being overturned, but 17 electoral votes coming from the state of Ohio. Now, it did go blue, as we were expecting, across Illinois because of the city of Chicago. And in Illinois, you have 19 electoral votes up for grab. Now, if Donald Trump is able to turn Minnesota red, that's an additional 10 electoral college votes. New Mexico, we keep watching it. It's flipping back and forth. If he's able to claim New Mexico, it's not a huge win, but it's 5 electoral votes that would certainly make a difference. To the right in Arizona, we're talking about really good looking number there, 11 electoral votes. It's a border state. I don't see Arizona not going to Donald J. Trump. So the night is young. It's going to be a tight election no matter how you slice and dice it, just based on the numbers that we have so far and knowing that California carries such a heavy purse. 54 electoral votes in the Golden State. So we're going to keep watching. And I think that Donald J. Trump, at the very least, is going to win the popular vote, which is very exciting.
And Christina, to your point, right now, that's what we're looking at, a great graphic of popular vote totals. This is through the last updated returns. President Trump at 30.9 million, Harris at 27.7. Those just got updated, 31.3 now to 28.1. Also, we're going to be looking at so many states coming up. I mean, this is really one of those things where we have 7 swing states that have not been called yet. We also know that Virginia is a state that we'll be looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, of course. Even on Call Sheet right now, Call Sheet is even hot with this whole process. Right. 75% for President Trump and 25% for Harris, just on the betting and trading sides of things. But outside of that, of course, what we see outside of Call Sheet is the numbers right now, 178 to 99, but these key swing states, guys, I mean, Virginia becoming almost a swing state before our eyes.
Yeah, I know. It's so inspiring, the fact that people are still putting their money where their mouth is, and they're voting. They're putting their money, their trading bet, on Donald J. Trump. So it's not just their vote that counts, it's that actual bet. They're trying to make a monetary profit off of this election, and I don't blame them, because it's now legal thanks to great sites like Kalshi. You can place a wager if you're still interested in doing that, but you take a look at the map, now we have hard data to back those bets up. And I just wanted to kind of focus in for a moment on the great state of Wyoming that has been called for Donald J. Trump. So we took a look at the Senate map. I want to take you back down to the House. The House is looking good. We know that Harriet Hageman, representative of Wyoming at large, she's going to win that election once again, hands down. She's the one who throttled Liz Cheney, as she well deserved, and she's a fantastic representative, a wonderful, brilliant woman that we were so blessed to have in Congress. You take a look at all the red on this map. I'm feeling very inspired as well that we are going to have a Republican Congress. So things are looking good there. When you take a look at the Senate map, there's a couple Senate states that are big Senate races that we're still watching for you very closely. But we're happy to report Marsha Blackburn has won her re-election in Tennessee. New Mexico, as you just saw, turning red here. So that's really good news for Dominici. We're also looking good in states. Montana is going to be a big one once we start to get these numbers coming in tonight. So we're going to be watching the West Coast now, those returns starting to trickle in. But when it comes to the presidency and the man who's been pulling up all those down ballot races, currently we sit Donald J. Trump 178 and Kamala Harris 99. So no matter what, guys, it's going to be tight, but it is looking rather favorable for our champion.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. He has quite the lead right now. But again, it's those 93 electoral votes out of the 7 swing states, excuse me, including now adding Virginia, the 13. So, yeah, we're watching a lot of it, and it's some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we mentioned earlier, Kalshi, I mean, a lot of people trading and betting on that as well right now, as Ultra Right Beer is another sponsor here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you see that on the left side of your screen there, Fight Ultra Right Beer Limited Edition
Grace,
Trump
should I go in there for the
Fight
Michael
Beer,
Lindell
as you
interview?
see. And you can go to TrumpFightBeer.com and use the RSBN promo code for 10% off. So that looks pretty cool. It's a limited edition as well. Always cool to see stuff like that here on the network. But let's talk about Tax Network USA.
A great organization. The October 15th deadline has passed, and you may not be prepared for what is coming. If you owe back taxes, or if your files are still unreturned, perhaps you missed that file for an extension. That's okay. October 15th may be behind us, but the IRS is ramping up enforcement. You could face wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, or even property seizures if you don't take action today. But there's still hope. Tax Network USA has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion, yes, billion with a B, in tax debt, and has filed 10,000 tax returns. They specialize in helping people like you to reduce any tax burdens, and they can help you as well. So don't wait any longer. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can call 800-357-1415 for a free consultation. The experts will walk you through a few simple questions to see if you qualify and see how much you can save. Now, what's great about Tax Network USA, Matthew, is that they are also specialized in all 50 states. So if you have issues with state taxes as well as federal, these are your go-to people. tnusa.com/RSBN.
800-357-1415, the great number there for Tax Network USA. Christina, I believe you're still with us right now. Why don't we go to you when it comes to it looks like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania right now has that blue shade right now. Not favorable, but why don't we look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and the numbers of the percentages of the votes that are in so far.
Absolutely. You know, this is what the Democrat Party calls the blue wall. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So these are states that we have to watch very, very closely. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, I want to show you the areas that have voted so far. And you can see right now it's Madison, where we have a college area. I'm not surprised Kamala Harris has been pandering to younger people in particular, especially trying to get a hold of those low information voters. So it's Madison and Milwaukee. Okay, these are two of the biggest cities, the biggest hubs in the state of Wisconsin. So that is why those numbers are coming in so high. Now, of course, they're larger populations, but you take a look at Green Bay, the numbers also coming in here, and we are looking good for Republican win here. Now, this is also important because there's a big congressional race, U.S. House of Representatives. Congress member, hopefully we'll be calling him that, Tom Weed is going to be hopefully the successor before the night is done. So that's Wisconsin. That's where the votes have come in. But there is so much rural land, beautiful country. This is God's country up here where the votes still need to be counted. So that is what it looks like right now in Wisconsin. I want to show you North Carolina and where some of these numbers have been coming in county by county. And you can see it's around those big city hubs again, Charlotte blue, Raleigh blue, Greensboro. This is one area that I actually think is going to turn red before all is said and done, before the evening is over, because President Trump held not one, but two rallies in Greensboro, and they were both to enthusiastic crowds who wanted change. And he is such an inspiration. For him to make two appearances in Greensboro, he knows how important it is. Greensboro is also a heavily Hispanic-leaning area. And so I can tell you right now, he has been able to transcend every demographic across the country just based on the returns that we've seen so far, because we all want change. So that's what's happening right now in Wisconsin and North Carolina. It's the big city numbers that are coming in. We need that rural vote. Rural America decides elections, and those numbers are going to continue to come in as time goes on. So where do we stand as far as the overall vote goes in North Carolina? 59% of the votes have been tallied up at this point. In Wisconsin, just 19%. Minnesota still looks red. This is very inspiring as well. This is home of old Walls. You know, he's the governor who a lot of people are very unhappy with, especially the way that he brought them through the pandemic. We're excited to see this red. It is still early on. We know that not even 1% of the votes have been counted just yet, but so far, so good for President Donald J. Trump. Let's take a look at Michigan now. And you can see again, Detroit has been giving the most numbers so far for the Democrats. Votes look pretty good here for Democrats in Detroit and Grand Rapids. But again, Michigan encompasses a large area. And this, the area where those returns have not yet come in, the northern part of Michigan, that's the Republican part of the state, the Upper Peninsula. So I have not lost hope just yet whatsoever in those three swing states. I think Wisconsin's likely to go red. Michigan, Pennsylvania, I have some question marks about Pennsylvania, as we probably all do. But you can see again, Philadelphia is where a lot of the numbers have come in so far. Also Pittsburgh, these are two areas we typically see lean Democrat, but this is a huge state, and it's going to take a long time for all those votes to be counted tonight. When you take a look at the overall number that they have tallied up, 30% of the votes, that's it for the state of Michigan. And the odds show us it's 52% to 46%. But what I love about this map is New Mexico, once again, back to red. And now we're at 19% of the votes counted in New Mexico, a state that typically leans to the left. Only 5 electoral votes up for grabs here, but they could make a big difference. Colorado, we traditionally see go blue, and that's because of the big city of Denver. And again, things could look great for us across much of the country. And then these states that lean Democrat, Washington, Oregon, California, we've got to consider they're going to be coming in later on tonight. So we can't get our hopes up too much. But look at all this red on the map. I'm encouraged by it. I hope that you are as well, because we've all needed this change so much. We need this man right here. Look at this face. Look at that guy. We love you, Donald J. Trump. We need you back in the White House. We need you to kick those other people out and say, you're fired.
That is the truth right there. We love that, and we're just laughing right here because it's so true, Christina. And I was writing down on my notepad, common sense leadership. Bobby, don't we just need that in our country?
Common sense and the interactive nature of the MAGA rally goers. Christina, you remind me of those moments where President Trump would say, Kamala, you've done X, Y, and Z. You're total loser. You've just destroyed what you've done. You're fired, with the classic apprentice hand. And everyone in the auditorium or the stadium would do almost the same thing and just say, you're fired in unison. So a fun moment. But of course, we're not quite there yet, but under 100 electoral votes yet are left until President Trump reclaims re-election. Only the second person to have done that other than Grover Cleveland to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So we're excited to see the potential of that, but we're here with you at Right Side Broadcasting to cover all of it.
Exactly. So 93 electoral votes still not decided on when it comes to those 7 swing states. We're going to go over them real quick. North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. Those are the states that will most likely determine who the next president of the United States is. So President Trump looking good right now, but we're monitoring what's happening on the electoral map. Also, let's see if we can look at, the electoral vote map. I don't know if we have a graphic for the electoral vote right now. Also, maybe the popular vote or the swing state map. If we have any of those graphics ready, we can go to those at any minute. But Bobby, the one state that we're really looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, still looking toward the red right now. As it says there, Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing the second term as the president of the United States. Virginia, 58% of the votes are in.
Steadily remaining in President Trump's column. If he's able to pull off the Commonwealth of Virginia and say in Arizona, he might not need the blue wall of traditional Wisconsin and Michigan, but of course everything too early to call at this point. It'll be interesting to dissect if we do have any graphics specifically on the Tar Heel state, learning more about that. President Trump remaining in the lead there as well in the Sun Belt and the Peach State of Georgia. I think if President Trump remains in that winning column around Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, it will be difficult to upend him as we push further west as this contest goes later on into the evening.
Exactly. So we're looking at all of the electoral map content right now, the data coming through as we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 9:45 Eastern Time. 6:45 on the West Coast. A lot of polls closing throughout the country. We'll look at that here in just a second. As we can go to a couple sponsors right now here at Right Side, as I take a quick sip of water here in a sec, because man, we're just going and going, but that's all right here at Right Side.
We are like the Energizer bunnies of media. We do not stop talking, and we are the politicos and really political nerds, but especially for the magnificent Matthew Alvarez and I, this is like sports for us, and we love sports. We've talked a lot about college football here. It will be nice and wonderful when this is, hopefully, God willing, a great victory tonight. Then we can go back to college football without thinking about the stress of a presidential election, but we have our sponsors to get us through it. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It transforms the health of your skin naturally. And not only is it made in Spring, Texas, a beautiful suburb of Houston, but everything is sourced in the United States of America. Angel Paste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. And isn't it great to see these private organizations taking care of our veterans, unlike our VA, unlike what we've seen with FEMA, with Western North Carolina. I'm so excited to see a second Trump term so we could take care of our people once again. And this is unlike any cream on the market. This contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling that greasiness. Many customers have reported younger-looking skin, those fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, also healings of burns and bruises. Get the miracle cream everyone's talking about, Angel Paste Miracle Cream. You'll get 10% off with RSBN. Your code there at angelpaste.com/promo code RSBN. I think I'm going to put some on right now because it's getting cold and it's getting a little bit dry. So let's try this out.
All right, there you go.
There you go. Ooh, that came out quick.
Well, there you go. Well, this is the product right here, Angel Paste. So angelpaste.com is the product here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I think my wife would want some of this as well. So I might have to put that in the bag over there.
This is rejuvenating.
There you go.
I like it.
Well, there you go.
All right.
Well, that's quite the break that we just had in the middle of a huge presidential election.
Wow.
But great sponsor there, Angel Paste. Now let's also go to AMAC. AMAC is all about the Association of Mature American Citizens. You can see amac.us/RSBN. So if you'd like to go to that website and check out what they have to offer. I mean, this is a great stand for election integrity. amac.us/RSBN. Right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so let's look at some electoral votes and popular votes and possibly a swing state graphic. Director, if we do have any of those, please let me know. But okay, cool. All right, we'll get to that in just a bit, but we can possibly show you the electoral map that's out there right now. We do know at least that the state of Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, all for President Trump. 178 electoral votes to 99 for Harris right now. As you see there, President Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing a second term as president. Bobby, let's go over Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, those 93 electoral votes. You go ahead and pick a state. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania first. This is interesting. 35% of the voters counted. President Trump has increased and brought that more narrow now. We have 51.5% for the vice president and about 47.6% for the 45th president. So that is a narrowing gap taking place right now in the Commonwealth. It looks as if the more urban areas were counted quicker when that was around 12%. So we're still early on, but now that gap is closing. It's looking right now, and we can't make a call quite yet, but as Virginia closes, as the Tar Heel state of North Carolina closes, as the Peach state of Georgia closes, President Trump remains steadily in the lead in all three of those states, the Sun Belt.
Well, it's great to see that. And you see there the 2024 presidential election, a map there as well. As we know that so far the states that have come in for Harris, Illinois, New York, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and that is it as of now. So we're waiting on the big seven, the 7 swing states. I know a lot of you are watching right now, and we are hoping for the right direction for our country, the huge fork in the road that we are facing literally as we speak, as we are 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 out there on the West Coast. This is live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're watching Election Night in America. We have our hosts, Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, at the watch party for President Trump in Florida. We also have Nikki Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. So, yeah, we're seeing that President Trump now has 188 electoral votes. So did a state just get called is the question. South Carolina, I'm not sure because he had 178, so he's now up to 188.
Right. And now we have other outlets that are calling North Carolina for President Trump, but we want to be careful with that, give you the real time, the correct information. We'd rather be correct than first out the gate. We've seen how that's pinched other outlets in the past just to be the first. And that's what's given birth in the last 4 years, interviewing Mike Lindell in Kinston, North Carolina, when I was with the amazing Ashley Brassfield, who I think is watching tonight. But we were interviewing Mike Lindell, and he really gave a great recap on what took place over the last 4 years. Think about this, Matthew. You have the canceling of people, President Trump thrown off of the major big tech sites of Twitter and Facebook, giving birth to Truth Social, and then, of course, Elon Musk buying Twitter, turning it into X, cleaning it up and saying, this is about Western civilization, willing to put his own time, talent, treasure, and truly life on the line, being threatened by so many people in order to protect free speech.
Exactly. So we're going to go to Christina Loren here in just a second, live in the RSBN projection room. Can you repeat, Director, on that? All right, let's see. Let's get to the microphone there. All right, pretty sure that everything is good on the technical side of things as we see President Trump in the lead, 188-99 right now. You're watching live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you again for joining us as we are tracking the numbers, especially those swing states. We are on it right now throughout the country. And again, we'll be going to Florida, hopefully for some great coverage there when it comes to a win or on the way to a win. But we'll see what happens. Again, we'll go to Pennsylvania as well. So Christina Loren is in the projection room. Once we get the directive, we'll be going over there shortly. Bobby, as we know, Kalshi is hot too right now with the amount of percentage that President Trump is leading even on that website, which is a great site if you like to bet or trade. So 73-27.
Very impressive to see that. I would be very nervous if I was in the Kamala Harris camp right now based on these bets. It's a very reputable site where you can actually put forward a bet in real time. And if you're not a gambler, you can also just watch the numbers as they go up and down, and other questions too about who will control the House, who will control the U.S. Senate, and specific races. And the Senate seems to be tighter in different areas. And I think that this is on account of people like Senator Sherrod Brown, who has actually been dropping with 68% of the vote there. Bernie Moreno taking a significant lead in the meantime. And also Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin leading slightly with only 32% there against Republican Eric Hovde. Baldwin aggressively ran ads talking about how she would combat China along with President Trump and endorsing his use of the tariff. And this is something that I believe President Trump, in a bipartisan fashion, really changed Washington's outlook on China policy. Of course, we know Joe Biden welcomed them into the World Trade Organization as a United States Senator. He made much of his money as a side gig, taking many Air Force Two trips with Hunter, his son, over to China to meet with Xi Jinping. Again, that should be investigated perhaps, but that has not really occurred yet, other than some questioning from congressional officials. But if you look at Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, also Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat out of Virginia, two hawks on China, and President Trump really is the man to thank for that, because he unveiled that curtain and said the Chinese Communist Party does not have our best interests at heart.
Well, we definitely know that, and we definitely don't want a radical leftist, aka Harrison Walls, running this country. We need that common sense leadership. We know that happens through President Trump. We also see on the bottom left of your screen right now, President Trump 188, Harris 99. That is the latest count as we work in conjunction with the Associated Press. Now, when I say that, I don't mean editorially. I don't mean with any scripts or any kind of political ideology. Simply put, the data, the numbers, and the precincts and the polls and all of that. So we're tracking the numbers as we get the data from the AP. And hopefully we can see another graphic as well of the country a little bit when it comes to maybe even the swing states, the electoral vote, the popular vote, or also the just the country when it comes to the electoral vote, as we saw right there. Thank you guys for the 2024 presidential election. You see a good swath, as they say, of red right there. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, it's 4 years of. I think a lot of people waited for this moment. I know I did. You know, it's people who have faced career decisions or terminated for one reason or another regarding mandates. You think about those who have lost their lives to illegal immigrant violence. I think of Rachel Moore and that beautiful mother of five, and Laken Riley. I mean, she was someone who should not have been taken from us in February, and for us in Georgia, it's just it's really affected every community.
Exactly. So that southern border needs to be closed. There's a litany of issues that are out there in the country, and as we know, and we've been talking about it, the country's broken, and we do believe that President Trump can fix it with not only, it's not just President Trump, right? When you hire a president, you hire the cabinet, you hire so many workers around him too, and he's going to be picking so many great people in his cabinet. So it's a team of people that really have America first in mind.
And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, our future vice president, he is actually dear friends with my state senator, who is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. And they went to Yale together to study law. And apparently they are still in communication. They still talk. And Senator J.D. Vance saying, simply a disagreement on policy should not remove you from a friendship or a relationship. And I think about the great Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, and I'm wearing Thomas Jefferson socks tonight to match my Declaration of Independence tie. So that example we should use and look towards as we keep our friendships.
Yeah, exactly. And we love Thomas Jefferson, we love Abraham Lincoln, we love President Trump and others that have done great things for our country out there, as we are waiting to see who will be the 47th president of the United States. Guys, are we ready? Let's go to Nikki Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. She's at an event there right now. Nikki, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. This is electric energy tonight. So literally about 2 minutes before you came to me, for the first time tonight, somebody decided to get up and speak right behind me. But otherwise, it's been fairly calm. We've been watching the results as they've been coming in. I will tell you, I would say about an hour ago, there was a bit of a nervousness when we started to see some of the numbers in Pennsylvania. But over the last 5 minutes, we have seen the gap starting to close, as you guys have been talking about. We're looking now at about 47 to 51%. So we were looking at a much bigger margin before of a lead from Kamala. And now our President Trump is starting to inch up, and we are seeing some changes as these numbers roll in from county to county, and it's exciting, you guys. It is really special to be in a place that literally could change the fate of our country.
It looks good.
It's so good because you're in Bucks County. So what was it like earlier today with the amount of people up there? Did you feel like a lot of them did you feel like you were at a rally in a way, like the amount of people that were supporting President Trump in line there?
Yes. I mean, here's the thing, guys. When I was talking earlier today, we went to about 3 different poll places. And the first one we went to, I would say, was fairly divided as far as kind of like a 50-50 feeling. And then as I walked our way back to the car, this is kind of interesting. I was wearing a red shirt, right? And I'm walking back to the car, and a few different people stopped me and said, "I like it that you're wearing red." And they did like one of those winks. And I said, I like it that you guys are telling me. They're like, "We didn't want to say anything on camera." But they started to kind of come out and tell the truth, as they often do. Then the second place we went to, which was, I thought, a very interesting thing to mention, which is the fact that we went to a more Democratic place. It was more of a Democrat area. I might have just lost the internet, guys. Hold on one second. And so when we went to this second poll, it was mostly supposedly a Democrat city. And there was nobody there. There were maybe 2 people there total. And then there were 2 people in MAGA hats. And in the MAGA hats, they said to me, "We're not seeing as much Democrat turnout in this area. However, around the corner and in a few other areas where it's more of a Republican group, you are going to see more lines," which I thought was very interesting and telling. And to that point, I saw hundreds of signs in Bucks County. And although they're saying it's a very purple place, I can tell you now, we saw tremendous numbers of signage for Trump and Vance. That was the majority. I would say 90% of the signs I saw were for President Trump, 10% for Harris and Walz, which I thought was very interesting.
And Nikki,
Oh, wait, there's some applause.
And Nikki,
Utah,
to your point,
I guess, was
yes,
just called.
we can confirm that as well. The AP projects that Montana and Utah have been won by President Donald J. Trump. So Montana and Utah, and also Nikki, there's some numbers out of Pennsylvania that I'm looking at right here. Pennsylvania, when we're looking at the map, right, we see shades of blue or shades of purple, shades of red. Well, guess what? Pennsylvania, shades of red right now. Shades of red right now. Let me share with you the numbers that I'm looking at. 1.4 million.
Yes, please.
1.4 million for President Trump. But also, let's look at the percentage breakdown. 49.8% to 49.3%. So a slight lead right now. 43% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. This is the first time that we've seen Pennsylvania, I think, shade red. So, Nikki, you know, being at all of the rallies and being here on this day, what is this like for you right now, but also to hear those kind of numbers?
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I mean, first of all, I love being with you guys on this night. You know how I feel about both. You know how I feel about you. And this has been a journey we have shared together. And the rallies, of course, are all about supporting President Trump. And so I didn't know what to expect today. And of course, tonight is more of a Trump party. So of course, it is that rally kind of a feel. But it's also a little bittersweet, like it was last night on the last night of the rallies. Everybody kind of recognizing that this journey, or at least this portion of the journey, coming to an end. But hopefully we turn the page, if we will, and we see a whole new chapter that brings us to the White House. And I think there's a lot of optimism, you guys. There's a lot of optimism here. You're seeing people are really, really optimistic about what's to come. They're cheering. They're getting excited as we see Dave McCormick inching up in the polls, which is so exciting. We've seen Dave McCormick, as you know, Bobby. We see him at almost every rally in Pennsylvania. It's incredible to see this kind of enthusiasm on the ground. By the way, unlike a rally, you'll appreciate this, you guys. Unlike a rally, there's a bar, there are stations with food, and it's kind of easy to get to the restrooms as well. So a little different than a rally as far as the ease of comfort in the room. But everybody is on pins and needles. And one last thing I wanted to say to you, to your question earlier, Matthew, is the fact that the third polling place we went to, there was one side that was very Democrat, and the other side, oh, we're getting close in Michigan. The other side was all Make America Great Again gear. So we saw, again, a very 50-50 divide. And I spoke to a lot of people there who were very liberal, but then I also spoke to some people who were very conservative, and they both ultimately said the same thing to me, which was, whatever happens tomorrow, we live in the same country, and we want peace, and we want happiness, and we want unity. So whoever wins, I hope that we all can accept that and come together peacefully. And I thought that was really nice to hear from both sides.
Well, that's a great point, Nikki, because I think about our time together covering these rallies, and that's been this peace, love, and really caring for your neighbor. That's been the overarching, Christian theme, whether or not there's believers at the rally. Sometimes there's non-believers, but it's people who are focused on making America healthy and great again. Do you think that what we potentially are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is due to efforts of Scott Presler and these great people who really went into blue areas and signed up Republicans in droves?
Oh my goodness, 100%. I saw Scott. It was interesting. When I was leaving the arena last night in Pittsburgh, I was walking to my car in the parking lot. You guys will appreciate this. It was a bit of a walk, and I see a very tall man with very long hair. And I said, Scott Presler, is that you? And he turned around and he went, oh, RSBN, I love you for all you've done for us. And I said, no, we love you for all you've done for America too. And it was a really special moment. And he said, we've got to win this, but whatever happens, we all did everything that we could in our power, and we put every effort forth, and we believe that God will ultimately guide us in the right direction. And it was a really nice moment. I gave him a big hug, and he absolutely was pivotal in getting out the vote. And I will say this, at the polls today, a few of the different pollster people that were kind of in charge of organizing things said to me that this is the most they've ever seen insofar as early voting. It was the most they'd ever seen in mail-in voting. And now today was kind of just those people who traditionally only like to vote on the day of, but they were absolutely astounded by the number of people who voted early. And I also asked them if they noticed the difference demographically, if they thought they saw more men versus women, more older versus younger, et cetera, et cetera. And they said, at the 3 places I went to, they said that consistently they saw a very wide demographic. And although the overall general polls are saying there have been more men than we've ever seen before, which I do believe, in these particular polling places in Bucks County, they said it was very even, and they consistently saw an equal amount of men and women and of young and old. And I will say personally, in the times that I was there, I witnessed several people voting for their very first time, which I thought was really exciting.
Definitely, Nikki Stanzione live there at 10:06 p.m. We're looking at North Carolina as well. I know you're in PA, but Virginia as well. So these different states right now, we're seeing shades of red. So President Trump at 198 now against Harris's 99. So we see him with quite the lead right now, looking at, 72 electoral votes away from being the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Again, according to the AP and the projections, so we are keeping track of that. Nikki, talk to us a little bit about that event space right there. We know that's a Team Trump watch party in Bucks County. So I mean, this is of the campaign as well, right?
Absolutely, yes. It's the Newtown Sports Facility. It's like the Sports and Rec Arena facility, and it looks just like a big place. It almost looks like a field the way that it's designed. And you have people. By the way, I know you can't see this, but I'll tell you. Behind me is a bar, and there are lots of people on that line because they're ready to celebrate. And then behind there's pizzas. There's people serving different food on the buffet. Then there's also pretzels and cheese and crackers and all kinds of things. But it's filled in by all of these people. I'm seeing a lot of Make America Great Again gear, just like we do at the rallies. It is supported by the Trump campaign, this particular event, and there's Trump cookies, there's a Trump cake, there's Trump signage everywhere, and you can see the big screen, the flags everywhere. It's a very patriotic event, as all the rallies typically are. And Dan Muser is here from District 9, and Bobby, you know, I interviewed him when we were together a few times, and he's here tonight, and I know he's in the lead tonight as well as a representative for District 9. So it's really nice to see a lot of friends that we've been seeing over the entire election cycle here tonight to hopefully have a very big victory celebration.
Well, the nifty Nikki Stanzione with all of the great facts, all of the amazing stuff happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She's keeping us updated, and we always love your coverage. Thank you, Nikki. We'll be back to you at some point tonight as the Commonwealth is going back and forth here. We'll see what happens as these numbers are pouring in. So thank you so much, Nikki. Some exciting news, you guys. Look, the election coming up right now today. As President Trump said the last couple of rallies, my goodness, 6 months ago, 6 weeks ago, and now we're here to reclaim our great nation. But Sticker Mule is offering a free Trump sticker pack when you sign up using this link, stickerpack.com. Whether you want to show your support or just spark some fun conversations, Sticker Mule's got you covered. That is stickerpack.com. Stickerpack.com. Vote for Trump. All great things. These are even some sticker mules right here for RSPN.
Yep. Good website right there. Stickerpack.com. Also, we were talking earlier about callshe.com. So if you just go to Callshe, you can download that and check it out, because right now President Trump in quite the lead over there when it comes to betting and gambling on the U.S. election. So if that's what you like to do, you can do it right there at Callshe. It's really hot right now. A lot of people on there. The percentages have really jumped up for President Trump. So callshe.com. Check it out. Bet $100 on Trump and get $175. So a great sponsor at Right Side Broadcasting Network, callshe.com. All right, so Bobby, Pennsylvania right now, President Trump at 50.5%, Harris 48.6% in Pennsylvania. That's with 49% of the votes counted. So President Trump has 198 electoral votes. Colorado just went to Kamala Harris. All right, so we know that it's 198 to 109 right now. So what we're looking at here is that close-up number for Pennsylvania, as you guys see. 48.5% in. And then also, if we can look at possibly North Carolina or Virginia. North Carolina or Virginia. Let's go with North Carolina first. Right now, what we're seeing in North Carolina, with 68% of the votes counted according to the AP, that 51.9% in the Tar Heel state, leading Harris to 47%. So you see that right there. Those numbers are exactly what we have right here on RSBN. So 51.9 to 47. Guys, that is the key swing state of North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Why don't we look at Wisconsin? If we have Wisconsin, let's go there. 42% of the votes counted in Wisconsin. We do know that Wisconsin is leading 50.6% for President Trump to 47.9 as well. So looking at North Carolina, we just saw Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and also we're seeing the numbers from Wisconsin. So we're seeing a lead in several key swing states right now for President Trump. Also in Georgia, we do see also a lead there, 52.2. Bobby, let's talk about Georgia, 52.2 to 47.2 in the Peach State.
And there is a graphic here with other candidates roughly bringing in slightly over 29,000 votes at the moment. You have Jill Stein of the Green Party, Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party, perennial candidates. We'll see how that comes into play with different options there, because on Georgia's ballot, they had roughly 6 different options at play. And that might come into some workings here in the final vote, as we have 82% of the votes counted, and President Trump, with a relatively significant lead, has kept that most of the night in the Peach State.
And you're looking right now at Wisconsin, electoral votes 10 in, 42.5% of the vote. President Trump in the lead of that swing state as well. There are 7 swing states. You guys have heard all about it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the 93 coveted electoral votes. But we're going to throw into the mix, not only for fun, but for facts, because Virginia has 13 electoral votes right now. Well, it's leaning towards President Trump. He has a slight 1% lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know we're looking at Wisconsin right now, but I'm looking at Virginia as well. 49.7. That's okay. Do we have an electoral map we can just go to at this point and check out Virginia as well? 49.6 for President Trump to 48.7 for Virginia. So we see a lot of great things happening out there in the country when it comes to some of the swing state leads for President Trump.
Absolutely, and still 198 to 109, less than 100 left to get to that coveted 270 title. At least as of right now in the evening, it really seems as if that early vote initiative has significantly helped the Republican Party.
Exactly, and we're seeing some great numbers right now for President Trump. And, you know, at the end of the day, people early voted. They voted today, and we're seeing the numbers come in with the Associated Press as we look at all of the country right there on the right side of your screen. A decent amount of red, as you see. Colorado just went to Harris. You see Illinois, New York went to Harris. But you see, you know, a lot of other states going to President Trump. So we're going to be monitoring, of course, all night the key swing states. Wisconsin has not been called. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada have not been called. And of course, the wild card, as they say, Virginia right now.
I'm surprised at how long that stayed in a light red direction. Of course, we have more numbers coming in and have to dissect all of it, but President Trump, clearly his campaign saw something there, having visited Salem, Virginia. And maybe it's also this crossover from Governor Glenn Youngkin, a very popular governor, very bipartisan, but coming across with that main core issue of keeping men out of women's sports. It's mostly affected the Commonwealth.
Exactly. So let's get ready to go to Christina Loren, who is live in the election headquarters there as well. There's so many different things going on right now when it comes to the amount of states that we're seeing get called. So we'll be going to that projection room here in a second. But again, President Trump, 198 to Harris, 109. For those of you that are just joining us right now, thank you so much. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We'll be going to Christina Laurent here in just a second. We have a couple sponsors to thank. We'll get to that right now. Let's go to Victory Coffee. Fellow Patriots, you're ready to fuel your day with a taste that's as bold as your beliefs. You can do that through Victory Coffee Roasters. You see that website, victorycoffeeroasters.com. That's one way to wake up right there. Great tasting coffee, victorycoffeeroasters.com. And then you switch over to another gear of republicanred.com, Republican Red Winery. This is a discount as well if you use the RSBN promo code. So, Bobby, a lot of different variety of wines at Republican Red.
You have the Never Surrender Pinot Noir, of course, a Second Amendment Cabernet. How about the Drain the Swamp Chardonnay, a nice, crisp, refreshing white wine for the good golden era that is hopefully upon us if this night goes in the direction of President Trump.
Exactly. So looking forward to seeing the outcome as we are tracking everything here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of tracking the numbers, let's go now, if we're ready, to RSBN's Christina Laurent, who is live in the room there, you know what it's called?
Projection room.
The projection room. Let's go to Christina right now.
Hey, thank you guys. I really have been watching this map very closely and doing some math as well, because after all, you don't want to get too cocky. It's still too soon, but it does look very favorable for President Donald J. Trump. Now, there's two states that have flipped just within the last 5 minutes or so from red to this lighter shade of blue. It's New Mexico and Arizona, but remember, these are both border states. So we're going to be watching very closely for what happens, especially in Arizona. Obviously, it's a swing state. The numbers that have come in so far are coming in from Phoenix. So we don't want to put a lot of weight into that flip from red to blue just over the last 5 minutes or so. Now, New Mexico has looked really good. The numbers that are coming in that are now starting to push it from red to blue, Santa Fe, which is just outside of Albuquerque. As you can recall, however, President Donald J. Trump just had a massive crowd at his Trump rally in Albuquerque. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. 5 electoral votes up for grabs within the state of New Mexico. Meanwhile, it's 11 votes up for grabs in that border state, that all-important state of Arizona. Now, obviously, Arizona is a big state for the Senate race as well. We've been watching, hoping for Kari Lake. Right now, you take a look at this map, Ruben Gallego is still looking favorable at this moment, but it's the same deal. We saw Phoenix had voted. All these rural counties that have had to deal with the border, the wide open border, the crime rates going up, the threat of more tax dollars that we're going to have to delve out in order to sustain this brand new population. It's very concerning. Ruben Gallego now at 53.0%, Kari Lake at 45%. It's still early, very early within the state of Arizona, where only 48% of the votes have been counted. Now, when you have to compare what's going on with Kari Lake versus Donald Trump, it's still looking much better for Donald J. Trump. We're just going to have to wait and see when it comes to the presidential numbers that have been included, 48% at this time. Now, I want to take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, because you boys just diligently pointed out Pennsylvania is a state that has gone from blue to red. Now, we have the major reporting sites, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Allentown, and Philadelphia. These are all blue. Most of the numbers have been tallied up at this point. So within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we now have 52% of that vote tallied up. However, all those rural counties now are slowly starting to be counted. And so Pennsylvania, with 19 critical electoral votes on the line, could very easily go to Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, 73% of the vote has been counted at this point. I want to zoom in and show you what's happening county by county. Raleigh, you have blue. Charlotte, blue. Greensboro, still blue in this area. But you look at all this red, and I really want to point out what's happening here. On the eastern side of North Carolina, you have more of that blue. But on the western side, this is the area that was hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. people still got out. In fact, they were more motivated than ever to cast their vote for Donald J. Trump in this part of the country because they saw how he was there for them when Kamala Harris was not. And they didn't have any trouble getting to the ballot box. A lot of them went out of their way to make sure to cast that vote. So that is incredibly inspiring. Right now, we currently have Kamala Harris at 112 and then Donald J. Trump at 198. Again, California carries a lot of weight, 54 electoral votes up for grabs, 12 in Washington state. And in between, you have Oregon with 8 on the line. Idaho typically goes red. That's going to be 4 electoral votes. And then, of course, another swing state where we really don't have any data just yet is Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Also watching that Senate rate for Sam Brown in this part of the country. We're going to have to wait another hour, possibly another couple hours before we start getting any meaningful data back. But so far, we're looking good. And Alaska is also an interesting state. And I know, Bobby McNeely, you know all about Alaska. We're going to have to wait quite a bit longer in order to get Alaska with 3 electoral votes up for grabs.
As President Trump says, drill, baby, drill, frack, frack, frack. And it would be nice to drill in Anwar, get that Keystone pipeline back to bring down our energy costs, and once regain energy independence for our great country.
Exactly. So we know that the 20 GOP platform promises, from seal the border, defend the Constitution, secure our elections, the list goes on. So many things, Christina, that President Trump is ready to do for this country. And you know, in those speeches that we've heard, all 3 of us and our whole crew here at the network, he talks about we are on the verge of the 4 greatest years of our country. He talks about a golden age and common sense politics and leadership. So, you know, we're watching here, and I know that those of you watching right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, trusting us as we bring you the numbers tonight. This is not something we take lightly, as we are a conservative network here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, all right, let's go back to you, Christina. Let's look at, let's pick a state that is one of the swing states. We know we've talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Why don't we go to, let's go to Arizona once again, and just look at Arizona's numbers as the polls, I believe, closed at 9 p.m. Eastern.
All right. And you know, Arizona is another one of those states where we should have a pretty quick answer. We're hoping for one. But again, we talked to Andy Biggs, representative, and he actually carries part of Maricopa County. He doesn't know for sure. He didn't feel very confident that we would have an answer. He thinks it's going to be incredibly tight in the state of Arizona, and that could very well happen. So we just have to kind of hold our breath for now before we get too excited about anything. But I do want to point out, it is the major reporting sites that surround Phoenix. That is where you're getting that blue right now. And you take a look at all the areas around here where we don't have those votes tallied up just yet. These are rural parts of Arizona. Now, Arizona, obviously, this is a big farming area. You've got the Colorado River that runs through, and so this is big on agriculture. So a lot of these areas, the outlying cities, the small towns that surround Phoenix, are likely to go to Donald J. Trump. We don't have a lot of reporting data coming in just yet from Tucson, Arizona either. Let me just kind of give you an idea of what's happening in the House races, because we've got some pretty meaningful data coming in as well. And again, when you take a look at this map, I do believe that the House is going to be able to keep their majority. We're also looking good in states like North Dakota. That has been decided. That's red. You've got Oklahoma, Texas, and a lot of these key areas. See, even here in West Texas now, we're looking good. That's the Texas Hill Country. It's going to stay red. Now, these are border states. And so it's no surprise to me that people are voting for representatives in their district that are going to be tough on illegal migration. And it's about time. This really tells the story here. We're going to have to wait and see how it pans out across states like Arizona and New Mexico. But look at this in New Mexico. When you talk about the congressional races, you talk about the House, we're already leaning, when you get closer to that border, we're leaning red for the representatives in that state. So overall, things are looking good. Hopefully we will get that margin that we need in the Senate in order to have control for the Republican Party. And of course, we want that big victory for Donald J. Trump. But these two states that are blue right now, Arizona and New Mexico, I would not be surprised whatsoever to see them both turn red. Minnesota is another state that is showing a lot of promise at this hour. You can see where the reporting data has come in so far. Just outside of Minneapolis, the most populous area across Minnesota, this is red that's coming in. And so when you look to the north, where you get up against that Canadian border here, this is all areas they have not reported yet. This is rural America. Once again, I do believe that rural America is going to decide this election, and they're going to do so in favor of Donald J. Trump. 198, we're looking good right now. We don't want to get cocky, as I like to say, but hey, when it comes down to it, this is what you want to see at this point in the evening. There's not a lot right now for us to get too upset about, except for some of those key Senate races like Arizona for Kari Lake, which I'm going to continue to watch very closely.
And Christina, we're just looking at some of those House numbers that you featured. Brian Jack in the 3rd Congressional District of Georgia winning a victory. So the House looking very good at the moment. Of course, still very narrow. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, with the other chamber, the Senate, it looks like there is a +1 advantage thus far, a gain for the Republicans with Governor Jim Justice, now Senator-elect Justice from West Virginia.
Absolutely, and we're still going to have to wait. There's some key Senate races. Mike Rogers is 47.6 to 48% against Slotkin in the state of Michigan, so that's going to be another one that we're watching very closely for you. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno, 50.9% to 45.9%. It looks like he will take that seat. That is very inspiring for all of us. And then Montana is another big state, and they just started reporting. You got Tim Sheehy, who is going up against John Tester. Now, Tim Sheehy, of course, he's an amazing man. He's a veteran, and that is looking really good for him. He's got 59.5% of the votes so far. Only 2% have been tabulated at this point. Nonetheless, it's looking good for Tim Sheehy in this early stage of counting votes in the state of Montana.
For potentially a gain there with Tim Sheehy against longtime Senator Tester, who's going for his 4th term, but we've had every 2 of 3 residents moving there is a registered Republican, so a big change for the treasure state of Montana.
You know, Montana, big sky country up here. Again, I mean, even up here, even way to the north of the border, these are all areas that have been impacted by illegal migration. The border is going to change a lot of this blue to red. Now, obviously, Colorado, even with Aurora, Colorado, it's just too hard. Arizona just flipped right back to red. So that's inspiring right there. But in Colorado, in the city of Denver, where you have the most populous, the densest population within Colorado, I mean, unfortunately, President Trump couldn't get it. But you would think, even in Colorado, being so close to the border, that people would just be fed up at this point with Biden and Kamala Harris.
State of Colorado, it is one of my favorite states because it's gorgeous. The scenery there is amazing. Aspen, Telluride, Grand Junction, Denver, the whole place. Right. Beautiful scenery, just unfortunately, leaning to the left again. But hey, you know what? The people are having their voice heard tonight, and I think through a free and fair election, it's always going to be great. So let's go to the couple sponsors that we have here. Let's go to Juvent right now. Big pharma, big medicine, and lobbyists that have made their way into places they shouldn't be often lead to the suppression of products like the Juvent Micro Impact Platform. The platform will radically transform the way you think about approach overall health. So that information you see on your screen, definitely worth it with Juvent right there. You've likely heard of, or possibly heard of, impact loading. So our bones grow stronger when they're exposed to certain levels of stress, like walking or running. So Juvent uses all safe, gentle vibrations to give your bones the boost they need. So that information you see there on your screen. Let's also talk about PatriotAddictDeals.com. Patriotic Deals, as you know, Bobby, so many great products and merchandise on there, including either the Trump knife or the shot glass there. So many different things on patriotaddictdeals.com.
I actually purchased the Trump Force One model Air Force One plane, so very excited. I don't know where I'll put it yet, but I was really thrilled. So I have to stay away from Patriot Addict Deals because it is one of the best sites, and you can use the coupon code RSBN30, that's RSBN30, 30% off for the Election Day special. These are really high quality knives, and you can add them to your collection or gift them to your loved ones for the holiday season. Christmas is right around the corner.
Exactly. So some great deals there at patriotaddictdeals.com, and then use that promo code for 30% off. All right, let's get back to the key swing states. The key swing states, including the wild card state that we're adding into the mix today, Virginia. So Virginia looking quite interesting right now. Let's look at it as we see. Right now, Harris has a 0.3% lead in Virginia, a 0.3% lead. If you look at North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, President Trump right now is leading in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Bobby McNeely, can you believe it?
Wow. I mean, it's really remarkable. It's showing that for this period of time, even though it's too close to call in these states, that the Trump campaign really did well with number 19 of the Trump Force 47 promises, that second contract with America that we spoke so highly of on this show. Number 19, get out early or absentee vote. If you have to, Election Day. And this could pay dividends as we keep going deeper into the night with this strong-looking map thus far for the electorate. It's clearly something where the Republican Party was able to mobilize voters really in a unique way, and perhaps haven't done this maybe since the Reagan years, at least in these droves of the numbers we're currently seeing.
If you're just joining us, thank you so much. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is Election Night in America. We are live in Alabama. We have hosts live in Florida and in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to Florida shortly for the Team Trump watch party in Palm Beach. 10:33 at the bottom of the hour. Let's go through some of the states that President Trump has won already, and then it looks like we'll be going to Florida as well. So, speaking of Florida, President Trump has won Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Ohio, and then he has the lead in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and even now, Bobby, Minnesota.
Wow.
I mean, quite the lead, actually. Let's look at this.
Right.
It's only 4% of the votes counted, but he has a 58.7 to 38.1% lead in Minnesota. That would be quite great to see 10 electoral votes from that state.
And this is one that has been coveted for him. He only lost by 2% 8 years ago, and I think he would really appreciate winning the Great White North of Minnesota, because 10 electoral votes could make a big difference in a race like this.
Especially when it looks like the numbers 198 electoral votes for President Trump right now. Harris has 112. So thank you for tuning in, because we are going to see a result, I believe, tonight for the presidency, for the 47th President of the United States. That is just a guess, but when you look at what we see, it's looking like we might have a result tonight. Now, if not, we'll be definitely covering this all the way through until we know who the 47th president is selected to be through a win tonight. So you see there, Minnesota, as we were just talking about, President Trump with the lead in that state. That's 10 electoral votes. Quite the state to win. It's a wild card state. I'm going to add that to the list here. So we have Virginia as a wild card state, and then now Minnesota as a wild card state. So that is a total of 23, Bobby, 23 electoral votes now just in the wild card state category that we just created. But it's still true, because we didn't know if Minnesota or Virginia would be possibly going red like this.
Right, and as it stands right now, of course, too early to call, but Illinois looks like a lonely island of blue amidst some heavy red right now.
No, that's a great way to look at it. I mean, we can see the map all across the country right now, and you're right. You know, there's that stronghold of Chicago, but even people in Chicago, being from there, you know, I'm not, but I know you are, Bobby. But can you talk to us about that a little bit? We saw people there saying, "I'm fed up with the Harris-Biden administration."
Well, and we'll see more of what is actually happening on the south side of Chicago, because President Trump has been the most popular Republican candidate since Dwight D. Eisenhower in some of those south side precincts, more traditionally Democrat over the course of really the last half century. But that's really one of the main differences, and I can compare that to Oregon. Oregon is really dominated by Portland's population. And you look at the rest of the state, hunting, agriculture, fishing, a lot of gamesmanship as well. So people who actually appreciate their Second Amendment. And same thing for Illinois. Now, going down to my adopted home state now of the Peach State of Georgia, as I was mentioning earlier, that rural area really turning out is actually more significant because Georgia is much more evenly dispersed, even in those rural counties, versus the major urban center of Atlanta, and of course Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett, those counties.
And I do want to, there's a possible correction for the state of Illinois. We did just show a graphic there. We just want to make sure that the numbers for Illinois right now has Harris with 70% of the votes in, a win for Harris for Illinois for that 19 electoral votes. That's what we're seeing here on the latest numbers. So just want to correct that just in case anybody is obviously looking at the graphic there, the one that we previously showed. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So Georgia right now looks like a 51.3% lead over Harris, 48.1%.
And give or take right now, 150,000 votes, President Trump is ahead with 88% of the votes counted. This would be a significant victory to win bigly and boldly for the state of Georgia. And of course, there you're seeing the prairie state of Illinois, those numbers, Harris significantly winning that. Illinois, once a very Republican state, but really has not gone for a Republican since 1988 when President George H.W. Bush, 41, was elected with really arguably a landslide, over 400 electoral votes in his own regard, coming off of those 8 incredible years of President Ronald Reagan's leadership.
So if you go just slightly north, or exactly one state north of Illinois, it is Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, that whole northern part right there, obviously on the border of Canada, they are all in the red, not in the sense of a race called or projected yet, but you see Wisconsin, 53.8% in. President Trump, 50% versus 48.5%. He is leading in that swing state. And Bobby, that is 10 electoral votes. Why don't we talk about the numbers here? So we know that the 93, right? 93 key swing states. Then add 23 for the wild card the wild card states of Virginia and Minnesota, because right now he's leading in Minnesota. It keeps going back and forth with Virginia. I mean, this thing is real tight right now when it comes to the numbers. 49.6 is Harris, 48.7 for Trump in Virginia. So those numbers coming in, we're going to be watching Virginia and Minnesota closely on top of the 7 swing states.
Well, let's take a hypothetical. Let's say President Trump, playing devil's advocate, loses the Badger state of Wisconsin but obtains Minnesota. That's an even 93. He's the next president of the United States.
Exactly.
So you have this could actually happen where some surprises take place.
Exactly. So is there a new call right now, guys, as we look and we see President Trump at 204? 204 electoral votes to 112. Looking across the union right now and looking for any states that have popped up, but Montana, so there's the latest numbers, 204 to 112. The key is 270, the path to Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump leading right now as you're watching live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so having Ohio and Florida, to your point earlier, Bobby, remember we were talking about the older electoral college in a sense of past election cycles.
Right.
Those were huge states to win. Now it's a
And
little
very
bit,
difficult to win.
right, and a lot different now it seems.
Right. And if you look at, and this is the influence of the Trump momentum and President Trump's endorsement and how key it is, because Governor Ron DeSantis was way behind in the primary. President Trump came in and helped defeat a very popular statewide agriculture commissioner in the state of Florida and a former congressman. Ron DeSantis rises to that, but he only beats Andrew Gillum, the socialist mayor of Tallahassee, by 0.04%. His reelection, he wins by over 20% of the vote. And that shows you the changing of the map, especially people moving from blue areas into the more red states because of COVID mandates and because of what has taken place really in the last 4 years. The map has changed.
The thing that's wild, guys, those of you watching right now, whether you're watching at a election party, whether you're watching with friends and family, whether you're watching by yourself, I want to talk directly to you real quick. In 60 more electoral votes, President Trump wins. Iowa has now just went to Trump. Iowa has just now went to Trump as well. 6 electoral votes for the Hawkeye state. The caucus for Iowa did great there before the primary in New Hampshire, and now look at it, winning in the presidential election, the projected winner, according to the Associated Press, the state of Iowa. Bobby, I mean, we're at 210 for President Trump. We need 60 electoral votes. We see him winning in Minnesota, not winning, leading currently. He may win these states, but my point is he's leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, technically right now on the map. It is in favor of President Trump in all of those states. He only needs 60 electoral votes to be the 47th president of the United States.
A remarkable political comeback potentially. So 60 out of the 93 needed. If you made a bet on Kalshi regarding Iowa, because we saw major news outlets saying Iowa would drop for Kamala Harris, you've probably just made some money.
You made some money, but I'll tell you what, under President Trump, we'd be making a lot more money because the gas prices would be down. But that's for another day. We're talking numbers right now. Let's go to Palm Beach, Florida. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler. They're live at the Team Trump watch party. Man, it might be a party tonight in Florida. Let's go out there to Harrison and Megan. If they're ready, let's go there now. Okay, obviously a little bit of audio issues there.
A historic.
And there they are.
J. Trump, it definitely seems like 45 will be becoming 47 in a matter of hours. Still early, a lot of returns still coming in, crucial battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But let me tell you, they underestimated Donald Trump again. And I think he is proving to the media and to the world that is a bad bet.
That's exactly right. We have less than 100 votes to go for Donald Trump to secure the 270 votes for the Electoral College. Lots of races being called here on the ground tonight. And every time they call a race for Donald Trump, of course, everyone's cheering. And even as the votes are coming in and he's increasing, like in Pennsylvania, for example, everyone's cheering. People are super excited here. More and more people are starting to gather in front of the stage, in front of the TV screens, getting ready for a Trump victory. We're so excited. He has 198 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is in counting, but Trump is up there. Georgia getting ready for Trump. Kansas, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa are all leaning Trump. So we are so excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, so the pathway for President Trump was a number of ways. The Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, that's one path. And then you get one of the blue wall states up in the Midwest. Donald Trump is doing something that he did in 2016. He's winning the Sun Belt, but he's also winning the Rust Belt. If you look at turnout in Pennsylvania, I was talking to internal sources that said Pennsylvania is a wrap for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Then you look at Wisconsin. The numbers in Wisconsin are historic for President Trump right now. It's the rural vote, but it's the lack of the urban vote for Kamala Harris. And you ask yourself why. All the exit polls, all the reporters on both sides of the aisle are saying the Black and Hispanic community and the Jewish community are voting for Republicans in ways that they've never seen before. It's a testament to the good work of the Trump campaign trying to court Black voters, Hispanic voters, Jewish voters, and they talked about the issues. Kamala Harris has done nothing for these communities, nothing at all. She sided with the pro-Palestinian groups, which is why you have Jewish Americans voting in record numbers for Republicans. She hasn't done a thing for Black people. She hasn't a thing for Hispanic people. Donald Trump had a record of success, and they trust him on the issues of the economy, the border, and ending the wars overseas. We're seeing something that's historic right now. And then you look at the Commonwealth of Virginia. Donald Trump is within 30,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Virginia. If that doesn't sound like DEFCON 1, 2, 3, the Democrats are like, wow, we missed something big right now.
They really underestimated the enthusiasm that Donald Trump has, which is exactly what happened in 2016. Again, in 2020, I think they were a little more prepared for that. But now, a Trump, I want to call it a landslide, but I think it's a monsoon. Is that even bigger than a landslide? There's so many people turning out to vote for President Trump in this election.
It's not a trickle. Some would say it's not even a wave. Some would say if he gets 316 plus, which a lot of projections are saying he may get 316, tsunami, typhoon, whatever you want to call it, it looks really, really good. The outstanding vote, especially in Pennsylvania, isn't for the Democrats. A source was telling me that they just don't have the numbers right now. It's a math game. Math is simple. There's no fooling around, no funny business with the math. They either have the voters out there remaining or they don't. And a lot of people are looking in, zooming in on Pennsylvania, and they're trying to find the votes. Where are they going to get it? And I think the answer is increasingly starting to be clear that they just don't have the votes in Pennsylvania to get it over the finish line for Kamala Harris. And if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he may be here before midnight, because you have a situation where his advisors are saying, sir, you've won Pennsylvania, you've won North Carolina, you've won Georgia, Arizona's coming out now, he's already in the lead there, Nevada's going to be coming out very soon. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for him if the numbers continue right now. We don't want to get ahead of our skis, but you got CNN saying, I would rather be Donald Trump right now. So very interested to see what Kamala headquarters is feeling right now. I think he shocked the world again.
That's exactly right. And over on the West Coast, a lot of poll stations are starting to close. It's almost 11 p.m. here on Eastern time, so we'll see what happens with the West Coast states and Mountain Time states starting to close their polling stations and get their counting and votes in. But we have some updates on the Senate races. It is looking really, really, really good for Bernie Moreno of the Republican Party in Ohio with 79% reporting. He's leading 50.9%. Dave McCormick for Pennsylvania has 49.2% with 55% reporting. Ted Cruz, they were just cheering for Ted Cruz out there, looking to win Texas. Tammy Baldwin from the Democrat Party in Wisconsin has 49.2 with 50% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So let's see what happens in the Senate. I really believe the Republicans are about to take the Senate majority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to see because we don't have all the live numbers. And I'm sure the studio will probably fill in what we can't fill in just because we don't have the resources right now. But I think the Senate basically is flipped. If you look at, let's just call it Ohio, obviously Wisconsin, let's hope Wisconsin, West Virginia. A little disappointed to see that hung cow did not pull it off in Virginia based off the projections that I'm seeing. But Trump is still in the game in Virginia. Let's talk about Iowa. For the past 72 hours, they've been talking about this Iowa poll, talking about how if Kamala Harris truly is in the lead in Iowa, then what else are we missing in Wisconsin and other battleground states? The Iowa poll that was released showing Kamala Harris up was a farce. It was a lie. It was a dereliction of duty even to publicize that poll when no other poll was showing Iowa. reminds me of 2016 when ABC released a poll showing Donald Trump losing to Hillary Clinton by 16 points in Wisconsin. He went on to take the state. So they released this bogus poll in Iowa. The campaign already knew it was bogus. All the people on the ground were saying, Mr. President, this poll is not real, this is not legitimate. This so-called amazing pollster stood by her poll, and Donald Trump won the state by over 12 points. So it goes to show you that, again, the polling did not add up this time. Trump voters weren't answering the call. They kept their vote private. They voted early, they voted today, and they voted with force. And they did something that the media is going to be scratching their head tomorrow. Wow. We underestimated the Republican Party again, but we also underestimated the capabilities and the frustrations of the people. You look at the Hispanic community. I'm half Puerto Rican. We were gaslit for the past week about a stupid joke at the Madison Square Garden rally. Puerto Ricans showed up for Trump today. Black people, we've been told all the time how Republicans are so racist, how Donald Trump is going to put you back in chains like Joe Biden said. Black people showed up for Trump today. So you're seeing an historic coalition develop, not to mention the Jewish population, who have literally felt like they've had a target on their back because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They showed up for Trump today. So you're seeing an historic coalition of support in every battleground state that was needed. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. Minority communities are shifting to the Republican Party in ways that we haven't seen in generations, and they're voting for Donald Trump.
So true, and I really think the Democrats have just taken the minority vote for granted.
Of course.
All those groups you just listed, they basically think, oh, we have it in the bag. The Democrats think they don't have to earn those votes of those people, but the people are waking up and they're realizing, what have you done for our community?
Yeah.
Our community is worse off under you versus when we were under President Trump.
Right.
So these people are waking up, they're turning out to vote for President Trump, and there's a lot of black pastors waking up as well and speaking out about Christian values in the church. They're saying, why are we voting for Democrats when they're completely against Christian values?
Yeah. We talked about the underestimating of the American people. They did it again. Never underestimate the frustrations of the American people who have been screaming at the media, screaming at the White House. We have a crisis at our border that they've completely ignored for almost 4 years, screaming that prices were way too high. We can't afford gas, groceries, and rent. The Democratic Party said inflation was what? Transitory. That the economy is the best economy in the world. As if that's supposed to help us. When gas, groceries, and rent are all up 30, 40, 50%, the American people spoke. They've got issues with the wars overseas. They know that Donald Trump was the first president, in my lifetime at least, that didn't start a war. People want that again. When Donald Trump said, my foreign policy is simple. I want people to stop dying, senselessly dying. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets on the phone with Putin and Zelensky tomorrow and gets the whole Eastern European war over in a day.
Literally.
We were so hungry for leadership, so hungry for strength back in the White House. They looked at Kamala Harris as weak, but also someone who didn't have legitimacy on the world stage. Because based on the administration's record, how could anyone believe that she would stop the war in Ukraine? That she would somehow help Israel? That she would somehow stand up for Taiwan? Donald Trump has that legitimacy because he brought peace at home and abroad. And they're voting on the issues. The issues.
Kamala Harris has not shown strong leadership qualities in any essence of what you just described. I mean, even as the borders are, she did not even go down to the border until everyone kept pressuring her to finally do so. Right. Imagine her on the global stage negotiating trade deals with other leaders of other countries when it comes to foreign policy, being the commander-in-chief of our military. People are realizing that that's we can't even picture her in that position. No. We need real leadership, like with Donald Trump. And people in Democrat-run states, Democrat-run cities, they're realizing that over time, why do we keep voting for Democrats when they're not giving us any kind of results? People who have been in office for way longer than they ever should have been. We need some term limits, by the way. I'm all about term limits, but hey, that's just me. Bernie Moreno is doing amazing in Ohio because Sherrod Brown has been a senator for almost 4 years. And how is he doing? Right. People are fed up. They want to get Bernie Moreno in there, so I'm really proud of him. Hasn't been officially projected yet, but looking good for Bernie.
Yeah. looking great for Bernie. I just saw the corner of my eye. Hovde in Wisconsin is basically tied 49-49 right now. The edge is going to probably end up going to him.
Map so closely. Thank you so much, Megan and Harrison. They are joining us from West Palm Beach, the viewing party. President Donald J. Trump will hopefully be making a celebratory speech at that venue later on tonight, because when you take a look at what's happening on this Electoral College map, it is downright inspiring at this moment. We're talking about 6 out of the 7 swing states now turning in favor for Donald J. Trump, from Georgia to North Carolina. Look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and we know on the West Coast, the polls are closing in 1 minute. Well, actually, it's 9:56. 9:56, 4 minutes away from just about all of the polls closing, and then slowly but surely we're going to start to get these returns. And even in California, Donald J. Trump has a chance, and it's not just for him. He knows that we need a Republican Senate. We need a Republican House of Representatives, and there are races, especially in Orange County, California, where we could have new congressional leaders turning blue seats red in the House of Representatives. Now, I do want to point out, we know that California typically goes blue. Same for Oregon, same for Washington. Idaho, almost always a red state. This is a big agricultural area, a lot of rural communities here. Boise, Idaho sometimes goes blue. It has been red before. We're expecting Idaho to be red. In Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs, this is going to be a big one as well. But I do believe when you look at the latest polling data, when you take a look at what's been happening with the registrations, Nevada will likely go to Trump. Now, let's kind of focus in and show you how much of a margin President Trump is leading by now in these key battleground states. We are looking good right now. 51% for Donald J. Trump in the state of Georgia, 48.2% meanwhile. That's what we're seeing in Georgia. Now let me take you into North Carolina. We're looking good for 50.9% versus 48% for Harris. That looks good. He's now at 210. We're looking great there. Over 113 for Kamala Harris. We know she's going to get that 54 more than likely for California, so it's still going to be a very tight election. We take you now into Michigan, show you what's happening there. 51-47 in Michigan. We had a feeling the blue collar vote was going to go to Donald Trump in Michigan. It is revealing that at this time. When it comes to how many votes have been counted, 27%. Still going to be a long night here. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but it does look more favorable. We take a look now at what's happening in Wisconsin. 59% of the vote has been tallied, and President Donald J. Trump is up in the Badger State, 50.2% to 48.4% here. In the state of Minnesota, a state that would be a wild surprise for all of us. This is Tim Walz's home state, and go ahead in the chat, light it up. Tell us what you think of Walz having him as your potential vice president. We want to hear what you have to say. Minnesota right now, 9% of the vote has been counted, 61% versus 36% for Donald J. Trump, and the rest going to other candidates on the ballot. And of course, we're going to finish off with Arizona. And then I'm going to talk about one of our great sponsors, Birch Gold. First up, though, Arizona. Right now, 50% of the vote has been tallied, 49% going to Donald J. Trump, and 49%, they're dead heat right now in Arizona. But again, Phoenix has reported, just outside of Tucson has reported. Look at all this rural territory where crime rates have gone up because of illegal migration. We're looking much better off. Right now, on the map, we have 6 out of the 7 swing states looking favorable for Donald J. Trump. And of course, the 7th is going to be Nevada. And the polls just closed in Nevada just moments ago. And so we are looking good. Now, here's the deal. How it goes in California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, some of these states that do have later voting, obviously it's the West Coast, they have to tally every single vote. So if you're waiting in line, stay in line. You might be joining us on your phone as you're waiting in line. Stay in line. Make sure that you get that vote counted, because it's not just for Donald J. Trump that we have to concern ourselves with. It is the entire House and the entire Senate. Now, Birch Gold has been a spectacular sponsor for us here at RSBN, and As we meet up here tonight on this final night, when we finally get a decision, it's people like Birch Gold that we can thank. When our founder, Joe Seals, started this 9 years ago, he needed some help. He found great sponsors for us. And so we're looking really, really good right now on the map. And part of the reason why President Donald J. Trump appreciates what we have to offer at RSBN is because we do not have to hide who we care about so much. And Birch Gold allows us to bring you this coverage. The Biden-Harris regime, they have reduced our purchasing power. Our money doesn't go as far as it used to. In order to keep up with the trend, many of us have had to max out credit cards. Others of us have had to dip into our 401k. Well, you don't have to do that. You can get some diversification in your life and have a sound peace of mind about your finances with Birch Gold. Precious metals has been a safe haven for years and years, since the Roman Empire, as a matter of fact. Now, if we are blessed, as this map is leading us to believe, with the Donald J. Trump presidency, it's still going to take our economy some time to rebound. We talked about the Keystone XL pipeline. If that project goes up and running again, it's still going to take about a year before we start to see it really make a difference in our economy. So you can protect your savings with the help of our friends from Birch Gold, and they will help you. They will educate you. They will get you the resources that you need so that you can make sound financial decisions for your family. And if you act fast, especially tonight before these are gone, you can still get that silver coin that you see featured there on the side of your screen. It's gorgeous. It features President Donald J. Trump with his fist in the air as he defiantly says, "Fight, fight, fight." This is the man who we want to lead our country. This is the man who will stand up to our foreign adversaries. And you can commemorate that moment with this coin. Now, if you're interested, you can ask questions. You don't have to go ahead and buy something right away. They want to help you. They'll help you ask the right questions. Text 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. Secure your financial future with our friends at Birch Gold Group. And also, another way that you can educate yourself, and your children for that matter, is with the help of Mike Huckabee. And he has helped us all out with the Free Trump book. Now, the Free Trump book is one of those things you sign up for and you become part of a club, and they continue to update you with valuable resources for your kids that they're not going to get anywhere else. And this is an opportunity for you to spend some time with your kids reading and talking about politics, talking about our country, what makes it great. The mainstream media has never treated President Donald J. Trump fairly. What our kids are learning about him from the mainstream media is false. So Mike Huckabee's team put together a fantastic gift bundle that includes the Kids Guide to President Trump and the Kids Guide to Courage of the President. Both are excellent resources for young Americans. Our children, they're the ones who are going to inherit this great nation. That's why we want so much for Donald J. Trump to win this presidency tonight. 4 more years for Donald J. Trump. But you can educate them on why it's so important so that they make good decisions when they become of age to cast that all-important vote. Plus, if you act now, you can get a commemorative Christmas ornament. Visit freetrumpbook.com. Order yours today. Your children and grandchildren, they deserve to hear the inspirational stories of Donald J. Trump, not just what the media forces on us. Again, you can get yours by visiting freetrumpbook.com. Okay, back to the map, because while I was talking, we had a little bit of action. Not the greatest action, but it's not that big of a shock. We were expecting this. California has gone to Kamala Harris. So now we're at 179 to 214, and the race to 270 goes on. We're still not intimidated, though. Washington State also called for Kamala Harris. Not a surprise there. You think about the city of Seattle. You think about what happened during the riots. This is an area where the Democrat governors have decided to put their hands off when it comes to law and order. In California, Prop 36, we're going to find out what the decision is there before long tonight. That is the law and order. Basically, that's the measure that would keep people from being able to just walk into a store and take $1,000 worth of goods right off the shelf. 70% of the state said that they don't want it. When Kamala Harris was asked about it, she said she wasn't going to chime in. That's the woman who could potentially lead our country. Now, when you take a look at this map, it goes to show you that's not what most Americans want. And so things are looking much better, because even when you cast these votes, when you think about what these votes mean for Kamala Harris, it's only brought her up to 179. We've still got Nevada, and this will likely turn red. And again, 6 out of the 7 swing states at this point in the evening are all shaded in red. Now, I'd like to jump in the chat from time to time. I like to see what you guys are interested in knowing more about. And somebody said they want to know about Colorado. So here's a look at what's happening in Colorado. This is why it turned red. I mean, you can see it pretty vividly here. Denver is the reason why. You go just to the south where you have cattle country in Colorado Springs area. That area is red. So within the big cities, even in Fort Collins, that is what turned the state blue, or kept it blue, to just be quite frank, because this is one of those states that typically votes blue, just like some of our other states that are heavily influenced by the populous areas where you get that dense population hub, and it's Denver in Colorado. So let's take a minute and kind of look around a little bit more, see if there's any changes of note here. I'm feeling really good about the fact that you see so much red here in Minnesota. Even at this hour, we continue to tally the votes up there. 12% of the votes now have been counted. 60.6% to Donald J. Trump. So guys, I mean, this is downright inspiring. The fact that 6 out of the 7 swing states are looking favorable for Donald Trump. Now, Virginia, I know you two are getting pretty excited about Virginia. I had a feeling it was going to go blue. Just want to give you an idea where Virginia is right now. 50% Kamala, 48% Donald J. Trump. So it's still relatively tight. But because of its proximity to Washington, D.C., obviously D.C. within Virginia, this is an area that typically goes blue. So Matthew, Bobby, I don't know about you. I know it's still early, but boy, oh boy, we're looking good for our Donald J. Trump.
We are. It's 11:07 Eastern time. Thank you so much, Christina Loren there, breaking down all of the electoral map that you saw right there. And we were talking about Virginia. We know that Harris has about a 2% lead over there. Still polls, precincts to be counted and votes to be counted there. Let's look at North Carolina again real quick. It looks like President Trump is leading in North Carolina 50.8% to 48%. So 50.8 to 48 over Harris. That is one of the key swing states. We're looking at 16. That's a huge number. 16 electoral votes, Bobby.
If that's 88% of the votes counted as well. If the Tar Heel state and same with the Peach state, if they drop in the direction of those 32 votes going towards President Trump, it's looking relatively clear that it would be very hard for Kamala Harris to have a pathway to victory if President Trump sweeps the Sun Belt here.
Also, let's talk about Georgia. It looks like there are other areas that people are calling Georgia as a win for President Trump. The Associated Press has not yet, so we are going to wait until we get that confirmed. And then, of course, we'll be glad to say Georgia went to President Trump. So we're going to be waiting here. You see right there, 90% of the votes in, 51%, 51.1 to 48.2. That is looking likely, Bobby.
Georgia on my mind. It's a beautiful thing. Let's hope it keeps going in that direction, but we want to bring you fair and accurate results and not just jump the gun too quickly here.
Exactly. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. What those states have in common right now is that President Trump is leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Right now, the numbers out of Arizona, the Grand Canyon State, President Donald J. Trump has the lead out there on the West Coast with 50% of the votes counted in Arizona as well, as you see those Georgia numbers with President Trump in the lead there. So things are, listen, it's not about worrying about getting too excited about certain things. I mean, the facts are the facts. And right now, President Trump is, as you said, Bobby, 56 electoral votes away, right?
Right, correct.
From being the 47th president of the United States. And If you look at each of the states, again, guys, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are all leading. President Trump is leading every state that I just mentioned in the union. This is quite interesting and quite wonderful to see, Bobby.
And I do believe that many times it doesn't matter ultimately who you select as your running mate. If President Trump is able to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I believe Senator J.D. Vance and his performance in that debate was truly crucial. And we know that President Trump has an eye for finding talent. And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, the next Vice President of the United States, really compliments President Trump so well. And he's shown that with his tough yet gentle nature, really calling out other reporters, saying to certain folks, are you listening to yourself? Talking about migrant crime and Trende Aragua taking over the apartment complexes in Aurora, saying, oh, it's just one or two. And he said, well, what if you live there? I mean, J.D. Vance goes right to the core of policy. And he's been there, he knows how to do it. His life has been affected from big government policies and how to make something of yourself when you're up against the ropes.
J.D. Vance's interview with fake tapper over at fake news CNN, these are words that President Trump uses, so I'm using those words as well, but did such a great job. This was about a week and a half ago. J.D. Vance just shut it down. Jake was trying to angle with all these questions. And when you go against truth, you're going to look dumb. If you're not on the side of truth, you're going to look stupid.
Well, you and I and classy Christina Loren, of course, all coming from mainstream news outlets. I remember those discussions, those training, especially early on in our careers. The idea that it's not right or left or conservative or liberal or what have you on a topic. Is the sky blue? Is it sunny outside? Is it raining? There are just specific truths and natural law that binds us. Well, that's changed for a lot of mainstream outlets in the last few years because when Donald Trump came onto the scene, they just kind of lost their minds in the process. Kari Lake talks a lot about this. She was the lead anchor for nearly 2 decades out at Fox 10 in Arizona, an outstanding news person herself. And wow, she's like, the whole industry went crazy when he came onto the scene.
Exactly. So she was an anchor at Fox 10 in Phoenix, and then now we should actually check that race. So why don't we do that?
Let's do that. Absolutely.
So there's a lot of races to check out there when it comes to congressional and Senate races. Let's also look at Hung Kao, the race in Virginia for Senate there. We know that Kari Lake and Hung Kao are Trump-endorsed candidates. Those are big races. So let's see if we can get some numbers on Kari Lake. But we do know, we see right there out of Virginia, President Trump down by a bit of a percentage there. Not too much, of course, 1.7% down, but 89.4% in with the vote count in Virginia. So that is a wild card state that we've been watching. The other wild card state was Minnesota. And we know that President Trump is leading in Minnesota. And I think, this is just my guess, not a prediction, but just a guess, that President Trump will win the state of Minnesota. President Trump, get this, has a lead in that state, 60.5% over Harris at 37.4%. Now, when I look at the numbers a little closer, Bobby, 14% of the votes are counted in Minnesota right now, so only 14%. So he does have quite the lead there in Minnesota, but we still have a little bit to go.
Some time to go. It's a significant lead at the moment. Again, early count, as we saw in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tonight, where it seems as if they counted the urban areas first, because there was a strong lead at first for Vice President Harris, but now that has seemed to be much more even and narrowed. Just going back to the Arizona Senate race, Ruben Gallego, a relatively popular Democrat congressman, slightly up right now, 52.5% against Kari Lake's 45.8%, with 49% of the votes counted. So too soon, a relatively narrow race, and the Green Party candidate there right now, Eduardo Quintana, with 1.7% of the vote, 31,000 roughly of the popular vote in that race.
And you see on the right side of your screen there the U.S. Senate election right now. So if you look at the state of Virginia or the Commonwealth of Virginia, Timothy Kaine is leading against Hung Kao, the Trump-endorsed candidate, 52.5% to 47.5%. There's 75% of the votes counted there. So Timothy Kaine has 1.8 million, and then Hung Kao has 1.6 million. So not looking too good right there, but we still have about, 15% or so, 25% of the vote yet to be counted in Virginia. So that's a little bit of the Senate races there. We know that it looks like Joe Kent. Let's check out Joe Kent in Washington State. Don't see that specifically on this right here, but we'll be checking that in a bit. How about Vermont? We were interviewing Gerald Malloy quite a bit here at the network. Bernie Sanders, the career politician, won that race there. But let's get back to the presidential race right now. As we know, President Trump in the lead, 214 to 179. You are looking live, West Palm Beach, actually Palm Beach, Florida, right now at the convention center there. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, Bobby, they're live. The energy in that room must be, guys, those of you watching that have been to rallies, all of that excitement and hope for our country. Not just an emotional high, but just something that says, you know what, I'd much rather have common sense leadership. Or I want to have the Constitution as the law of the land. The basics, right? Well, that energy there is probably all of the rallies culminated in one room. And for those of you watching, wherever you're watching right now, we're with you guys. We're seeing these numbers come in. And this is looking good. As you see on the lower part of your screen there, President Trump at 214 to Harris, 179. President Trump, is it 60 electoral votes exactly? You were saying 56?
There is roughly, according to the AP, he has 214, so 56 electoral votes needed, and he will be reelected as the 47th president of the United States.
Exactly. So you see that number right there, 214 to 179, getting closer. All of these campaign rallies, all of these campaign stops all across the country, and all of the common sense Americans, the everyday Americans, Bobby, showing up with early voting, showing up to the polls today, as of right now, looking toward a victory for President Trump. Not confirmed. We're not projecting that right now. When we get the numbers, I believe there will be a result tonight. Do you believe that too?
I do, because you did have the secretaries of state in Georgia and Michigan who have been under fire during a couple of past cycles with different discrepancies there and late counts, things of that nature, come out this afternoon, early afternoon, and said we will have a result at some point in the evening or the early morning hours, and they're tabulating quickly. And you can see that with 90% of the vote in the Peach State. Now, Michigan's still somewhat behind. 31% is in the Wolverine State, but very close. And in the meantime, you may have noticed that the vice president's numbers electorally jumped. Of course, Washington and California going for the vice president.
Breaking news right now, the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes. President Donald J. Trump has won the state of North Carolina. This confirmed right now. The AP projecting President Donald J. Trump, as you see the numbers there, right there on your screen, President Trump winning North Carolina. That, again, a big win, 16 electoral votes. That is, Bobby, the third election cycle that President Trump has won North Carolina.
And they worked hard for that on the ground. A huge congratulations, Chairman Jason Simmons, and an outstanding group of people who really crisscrossed North Carolina. I was so privileged to, I believe, spend most of my time in North Carolina at those rallies, all the way from Asheville to Asheboro, Greenville to Greensboro, down in Charlotte on a couple of occasions. It's an extraordinary state. It's a beautiful state. And common sense people, they've had a lot of people from New York move there for a better way of life. And gosh, there was a beautiful sunset yesterday morning that seemed to be smiling over North Carolina State's beautiful basketball arena to see President Trump start the first off of 4 different rallies yesterday to seal the deal in the Tar Heel state.
So what we're looking for right now, for the next 4 years, if this actually happens, is a golden age for our country, right? And the verge, as President Trump said, of the 4 greatest years of our country. So a golden age, same difference. So let's thank a couple of sponsors real quick as we get ready to see the races called for the rest of the swing states and a few others out there, including Virginia and including Minnesota, the 2 wild cards, Arizona, of course, a swing state. So let's go to Ultra Right Beer. And this is one of our sponsors here at Right Side. You see that can there? That's a tough looking can, I'll be real.
You know, I think I'm going to get a 6-pack, and whoever I have Thanksgiving with, especially those who might have supported our vice president, I might offer them a fight can as we're watching the Lions and the Bears. I don't think any Tigers are playing, but regardless, oh my.
That is wild. I mean, TrumpFightBeer.com. Save 10% using RSBN. Next up, AngelPaste.com. Angel Paste. This company is out of Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. Absolutely. A great product there. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. All you have to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check out what's on the website there. Another great sponsor right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you got to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check it out. It's an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so we're at 2:30 in the sense of the electoral count right now. We are literally 40 electoral votes away from a win for President Trump. So we know that North Carolina just went to President Trump. We have Pennsylvania that has 19 electoral votes up for grabs. We have Georgia at 16, Michigan 15, Wisconsin 10, Arizona is at 11, Nevada is at 6. The wild card races would be Virginia and Minnesota. President Trump is not leading in Virginia currently, but that is such a close race right now because it is literally 50.1% for Harris, 48.3% for President Trump, with 76% of the votes counted. So we'll keep our eye on Virginia. But Bobby, as you see there, let's talk about, look at this beautiful thing right here. This is, you're seeing it right there on the map. I'm going to show Bobby the same thing. He's looking at the same thing. Look at this. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all leading for President Donald J. Trump.
Right, and then Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, and the Peach State of Georgia with, well, 90% in for Georgia, 76% in for Pennsylvania. If those two drop, it would be very difficult for the vice president to overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. So those of you that are watching right now, and you might see other outlets or other places saying that Georgia has gone to President Trump, well, trust us, we can't wait to say the same thing. But the point is, we're waiting along with the Associated Press on this one. And totally, when that number comes through, we'll be declaring and projecting President Trump the winner of the Peach State. And you'll be doing that one, definitely, if that's the case, coming up here any second from now, because, of course, living in Georgia, quite awesome.
Good common sense people. They were not happy with the last 4 years, and I have been resident myself for nearly 3 years in the beautiful state of Georgia, and they have an opportunity here to literally save the nation.
And one of our production crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you didn't see him and we won't name him, but literally came in, he had to work on the camera a little bit, and he pointed to the peach sticker that he voted for, I believe, President Trump. So
we say post the peach, and I did that with the wonderful, handsome Harrison Fields back at that Atlanta rally on October 15th. I voted the first day of early voting, and it was a special moment, but we like to post the peach, and you can see that on my personal social medias.
Harris has 187, President Trump 230. We are 40 electoral votes away from the 47th President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief being Donald J. Trump. All right, let's go to a couple sponsors here.
Yes, Sticker Mule. You can see these beautiful stickers right here. Great examples of their work, but Right Side Broadcasting, I always double check when I take my laptop out, is it mine? Because when I'm at the airport, it gets to be pretty busy there, and you see the Right Side Broadcasting stickers, and I know it's mine. But some exciting news for you guys. Stickerpack.com. with this election right now in real time. You're watching this, a very exciting election, the most historic in most of our lifetimes. You can sign up using this link at stickerpack.com, whether it's for fun or you want to support President Trump, of course, further and put that on your laptop or maybe even the car to show your MAGA energy. Whether you want to just spark up some fun conversation, Sticker Mule is your place to go, and they've got you covered. That is stickerpack.com to get your free Trump sticker pack today. And hurry, it's only for a limited time, and who knows how many there are left with this election seemingly closing in on 270.
Exactly. So stickerpack.com. Let's move on to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's actually the leading conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. So members will receive a whole slew of items, a subscription to the AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts on a wide range of benefits as well, and some free resources. So it's just amac.com for that information, as well as it is that website, as you see, if you go to amac.us/RSBN. Let's go back to some more coverage here as we get ready to see what the swing state results will be here in the country. We're looking at Pennsylvania still. We know that right now there's a video being played in West Palm Beach. If we want to go there, we can. Director, just let me know if you want to go there for that video as we are waiting for the numbers to come in here at the RSBN studios. Of course, you've heard from Christina Loren. Okay, we're going to stay right here because obviously, you know, in rally coverage, of course, we go to those videos, don't we, Bobby?
And that's that fighter video, that boldness of this lion, this great leader, President Donald Trump. He's an extraordinary human being, and that's what I hope to convey in those last few weeks, especially after meeting with him briefly in Aurora, Colorado. He's extraordinarily approachable, and yet he's this American icon, someone who did not need the American presidency, but rather used his business acumen to change the landscape of Washington, D.C. And what I'm most excited about is this second cabinet.
Let's go to West Palm Beach and check out the rest of that video. You know, those political videos that we've seen at all of the different rallies, I remember there's so many of them, and they're all really good, aren't they?
I mean, it really speaks to the character and this man who's engaged the culture. You know, I actually sat in a meeting during my tenure at Turning Point USA with the Duffys, and wonderful people, and Sean Duffy, a former congressman. They spoke on the difference between the Mitt Romney Republican Party and the Donald Trump Republican Party. You know the difference? Donald Trump was unafraid to engage the culture. Romney thought he was above it. He thought he was, oh, you know, it's all about the country club meetings. It's all about civil society in his view. No, it's about the American people. It's about these great people who have attended these rallies, regardless of their backgrounds, who care about the future of this country. And President Trump is the leader of really a populist movement that this country needed. Dwight Eisenhower warned us of this. The military-industrial complex, JFK, I believe, lost his life for going up against a deep state. And we've seen this in the modern presidency. We've seen the ones who go along to get along, and we've seen the ones who buck the system to make a difference for everyday Americans.
That's why we love an outsider president, an outsider candidate, and that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Ronald Reagan was.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got, it's always good to see people that aren't career politicians. If there are any out there that have done good, then great, but not many have done great things, especially in Washington.
And it's a society where you scratch each other's backs. It doesn't matter R versus D, and I think people have realized that. And one of the most glaring examples of that is James Comey and what he did at the FBI and how scandalous that was. You don't need people like that, dishonest individuals who are watching out for themselves and for specific institutions rather than protecting the American people.
Exactly. So we know that this election isn't right versus left, it's right versus wrong, and we see that right now right is winning. And winning by quite a number. So 230 for President Trump, 187 for Harris, 40 electoral votes to go for President Trump to be the projected winner of the White House, of the presidency, when he will become the president-elect Donald J. Trump. And on Truth Social, for those of you that love Truth and love X out there, if you want to follow us, it's at RSBN on Truth Social, or at RSB Network on X. Now, the reason why I bring up Truth is last night, it was the last rally for President Trump, the last campaign rally. And I just posted about that and got a decent amount of people liking it. Then I truthed something this morning. I quoted the truth and I said, today is the day, the first day where President Trump will be called President-elect Donald J. Trump. I just threw it out there at 8 this morning as we are believing and hoping and praying and working hard for it to happen. And as of right now, this may be what happens. Literally, Bobby, we both went into the day today. At least I did. I'll share my story here real quick as we were tracking the numbers. I really didn't know. I know that under a free and fair election, we know that President Trump would win. That's my opinion. But I still, you didn't know what's really going to happen. So that's where I'm at. But now we're seeing the numbers, which we're going to talk about here in just a second. What was your initial thought?
I think very similar. I was hopeful, optimistic, especially watching on the ground with the early vote initiatives. I mean, the Republican Party under Laura Trump and Michael Whatley has done an extraordinary job. Now it's still early in the night. It looks like there will be a Senate majority. We're at 49 right now to 40. And then I still need to break the numbers down, but looks like a net gain right now of at least one, Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from West Virginia. But we have leads of Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. We have leads in Michigan with Mike Rogers and a lead in Pennsylvania with Dave McCormick. And just up to a moment ago, Royce White was actually doing fairly well in Minnesota. He's fallen back a bit against Amy Klobuchar. So we'll see how that continues to develop. But many races, very narrow, very close. Ruben Gallego slightly ahead of Kerry Lake in Arizona as well. So we'll keep developing and watching that. And this legislative agenda, crucial for President Trump because we've seen what they do in times when they have the majority, and God forbid they try to impeach Donald Trump simply for winning an election. They might do that. Christina, do you have any updated numbers or breakdowns specifically on the legislative side that we can really dissect? Perhaps we have the lead in the House thus far. The Senate also a lead, but is there any projection of what the Congress may look like?
Congress right now, if you're talking about the Senate and the House both taking the lead for the Republicans, it looks like it's going to be a unified body backing President Donald J. Trump. Now, we can start to get a little bit more comfortable at this point in the evening. When you take a look at this map, you know that North Carolina has just been called for President Donald J. Trump. Georgia, Bobby McNeely's home state, is also looking good. Pennsylvania, when you take a look at what's happening, 19 electoral votes up for grabs. 77% now of the vote has been tallied, and Donald J. Trump 51% to 47%. So if President Trump takes Pennsylvania, he takes Michigan, which is also looking good for him, 51.5% to 46.8% in Michigan, where 37% of the vote has been tallied. You factor in Wisconsin at this point, 51% for Donald J. Trump versus 47%. So we're talking about some pretty good margins that he's leading by at this stage of the game. Now, Minnesota, which we were watching for much of the night, was actually leaning red. But at this point, now that 47% of the votes have been counted, it's 55% to Kamala Harris, and they're giving 42% to Donald J. Trump. And what you'll notice is a lot of these outlying areas in Minnesota, it's still not over here just yet. They still need to tally up these votes, and we need those returns before we have a final decision. So let's talk a little bit about North Carolina first. I want to take you in a little bit more granularly so that you can see what happened here. Because the big reporting sites, the big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, even Greensboro, the third largest city within the state of North Carolina, all showing us blue. But it was the rural areas, it's rural America that decided this race for Donald J. Trump. And this is a big winner for Donald J. Trump. I know that he's probably very excited to hear about this. Lara Trump, of course, this is her home state. She's from Wilmington. And so this goes to show that the big cities aren't able to call the shots when everybody shows up to vote. Record early voting turnout, women, Republican women amongst that group showing up in droves. We had more women than men, Republicans voting early. So that goes to show what can happen when we all unite as a party. Now you take a look at Ohio, that's solid red as well. We had some questions about that earlier on in the night. Michigan will more than likely go to Donald J. Trump, and we're also looking good. We're still waiting on Nevada for any sort of information, where we do have those 6 electoral votes up for grabs. But even here in the state of Nevada, the early voting data shows us that President Donald J. Trump will likely win. Now, you asked about the House and the Senate. Take a look at the House map. This is what we're expecting. This is the leadership that we will have representing us in Washington, D.C. And right now, for the majority that you see here, we're talking about representatives that will more than likely, it's still going to be a rather small margin, it looks like at this point of the game, but we're going to have a Republican House. And that is going to be so important for Donald J. Trump to have that backup. And then when you look at the Senate race, there's still a lot of states where it's undecided. We're not getting really a lot of information about some of these key Senate races. A lot of course, Senates are incumbent and they're going to stay there because we have a new senator every 6 years. However, things are looking good in the races that we were watching. A third of the Senate was up for grabs. And as of tonight, we are also looking good towards a red majority. And a big part of the reason why is because Donald J. Trump pulled up that ticket. Now, I'm a little concerned about Kari Lake here. 49% of the votes have been tallied. She's still at 45%, and that is versus, for Ruben Gallego, 52%. It's not over till it's over. It is not over till it's over, gentlemen. So these are races we're going to continue to watch as the night draws on. But at this point, most polling places have closed. We might still have some people waiting in line in some states like California, even Nevada. Every person in line will get the chance to cast their vote. So it's going to be a little bit longer. I would say another couple hours, maybe 3 hours, if we are to get a decision tonight. But it is looking more and more likely, gentlemen, like that will be the case.
Exactly. And you know what is interesting is that there are 8 states that we're really keeping our eye on. We have Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Virginia, and Minnesota. Mm-hmm. I know that Virginia is going a little bit to the left right now. Can you double check the numbers on what the latest is there?
Sure. Virginia is interesting. As you both know, you see Richmond here. Richmond is where you're going to find the majority of people. Then you have Norfolk, Virginia as well. This is where you have your population hubs. And so a lot of people here are going to be voting for Kamala Harris. And then right up against the District of Columbia, we have another area where you have a lot of people who actually live here and then they commute back and forth into Washington, D.C., also known as the swamp in part. And so that is why you have that blue really starting to show up. Now, when it comes to the state of Virginia, just to give you some of the details there, we have 50% for Kamala Harris, 47.6% for Donald J. Trump. And it was the northern areas of Virginia that just started coming in. And that's really what kind of changed the game and flipped it back to blue. But it was red most of the night. It really brought up a lot of encouragement. This is a state that going into the next presidential election, if they did a lot of work, if the Republican Party really worked hard, they could flip this state red, even with its proximity to Washington, D.C.
Yes, again, that heavy, Christina, thank you for pointing that out, the heavy D.C. suburbs having a huge influence over the state. But another net gain for the Republicans, we can project along with the AP that Bernie Moreno is the senator-elect from Ohio, a big pickup against Sherrod Brown, who really tried to run with President Trump. And we're now seeing even Eric Hovde with 70% of the vote nearly in Wisconsin. He's in the lead by 0.5%, a very tight race with Tammy Baldwin. We also saw the same strategy from her, being tough on China and being for President Trump's tariffs. So, even some Democrats running with President Trump's message.
Absolutely. And again, you take a look at the way that the Senate breakdown has occurred here in the state of Wisconsin. And again, you've got Madison, which is a college town to the south here in Wisconsin, and Milwaukee blue. But as you get north toward Green Bay, that is where the Republican turnout has been tremendous. And then you take a look at all these outlying cities and these rural counties. They have made such a difference in this election so far. Now, we're still tallying up the votes across the state of Wisconsin. For the Senate race, we actually, let me tell you how much is done here. We are at 69%. So Eric Hovde just jumped up to 49.8% versus Tammy Baldwin at 48.2%.
A lot of states still too early to call, even though President Trump is leading in these huge swing states, everywhere from Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, correct?
Absolutely correct. You're right on point. In fact, in 6 out of the 7, he's still holding a strong lead. So that's Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He won North Carolina and Georgia as well. They're almost done counting the votes in Georgia, where we now have 91% of the votes counted, 51 to 48% in Georgia. So we're looking good in the Peach State. Arizona could be a game changer as well. We have 49.7 to 49.5. So it is razor thin margins at this point in the state of Arizona, with 50% of the votes counted. But you take a look at these numbers. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, go ahead.
Oh, for the great Matthew Alvarez, I'm going to shut my mouth, take a step back, and listen to what you have to say. What were you going to ask?
Oh, come on now. That's not how that works here. You know that. But anyway, that's fun. I like it. But the point is, Minnesota, can you update us on the numbers in Minnesota right now? My point is, with the wild card states of Virginia and Minnesota, we've seen them back and forth. But I'm starting to back off on calling them wild card states if Minnesota and Virginia are not going to go red. I hope they do, but what's the latest there?
Well, Minnesota turned blue not too long ago, and kind of by a rather large margin. And I think the reason why is because this area, the suburbs surrounding Minneapolis, of course, that's the big concentration of people. That's where you have your population center. Here in the state of Minnesota, wildly went blue. But you take a look to the north, we still have a lot of counties that need to report. Duluth is another area that will likely go red. And so this race isn't quite finished just yet either. That's not decided yet. And when it comes to Minnesota right now, we're at 53.5% versus 44.4%. But of course, you have to factor in Minneapolis, and we'll see what happens. Right now, 51% of the votes have been counted in the state of Minnesota.
Now we can make the call that AP is projecting Virginia is in the column for the vice president.
Yep.
That's unfortunate, but as we know, the swamp is nearby, and a lot of people who commute back and forth to D.C., it is outrageously expensive to live in Washington, D.C., even just to stay there, to travel there to our nation's capital. It's very expensive. So a lot of people live to the south in the suburbs, and so that is probably what pulled the blue there. So we're at 205 now versus 230, but the odds are with us. They're looking really good. And again, I'm very cautiously optimistic. However, we're going to continue on in this night until we have a decision. If we do get one tonight, it is looking more and more likely that we will get a decision in just a few hours.
Exactly. So we're laser sharp focused on now the following states. We're laser sharp focused on Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. That is what, six swing states right there. We know North Carolina, as you said, went to President Trump. So all right, so we have 6 to go. Let's see what happens. We're 40 electoral votes away. The thing is like you said, we can get a little comfortable, but not too comfortable, because at the end of the day, you never know, right? So we really have to see this come through at 40 electoral votes still to go. And we see that he's been leading, though, in these swing states in red for a while, though, right? Like, we haven't seen PA or Michigan go back and forth too much as of the past hour, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And then Pennsylvania now with 82% of the vote. Then 51% for Donald Trump and 47% for Kamala. I'm feeling really good about that. And so if you add the 19 to the 230, we're talking about he's up to 249 if we get Pennsylvania. And then it's only going to take a couple more. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada still on the line. His chances are looking great. You factor in Georgia, which is also leaning towards President Donald J. Trump, and you see why I've got a little extra spring in my step. But you're right. It ain't over till it's over, Matthew Alvarez. I completely
100%.
know.
It's going to be quite awesome. Let's just look into the future maybe 4 hours from now, right? Say President Trump wins the 2024 election. What is it going to be like throughout the country tonight in various cities, various towns, rural areas, suburban areas? What about tomorrow? Just hopefully a lot of joy in the country. And then those on the left, hopefully it just stays calm. But the point is, you know, we're looking at 40 more electoral votes. Christina Loren, thank you so much for all of that live reporting there in the projection room, the RSBN projection room.
Absolutely. Let me know when you want some more, and I'll be right here for you.
I hear you. Thank you so much. All right, awesome stuff. I mean, 230 for Donald Trump, 205 for Harris. So we see we're getting closer, but now it's just kind of watching the clock and see what happens. Kalshi.com as well has been really hot tonight because obviously the election.
Right.
So let me look at the latest numbers there for Kalshi.com. Let's see. Kalshi is, wow, look at that.
94% chance of Donald Trump becoming next president of the United States.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes, 6% for Harris, 94% for President Trump. That's on Kalshi right now, so that's pretty awesome. Director, can you let us know the next direction? All right, so we'll go to Victory Coffee. If you go to victorycoffeeroasters.com, that's the great website for this veteran-owned, and it was actually founded by an Army colonel and his wife who proudly support President Trump. So it's not just any coffee, it's the coffee that President Trump would love, rich, robust, and ready to energize your MAGA morning. So a great product there, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Always good to see so many patriotic companies that just work with a patriotic network like ours.
And the entrepreneurial spirit of these great groups that said, enough is enough, I'm going to go out there and serve the American people and serve them well. And it's been great to see how many of these new companies have come about, you know, really in the last few years because of the cancel culture.
Exactly. And if we could see maybe West Palm Beach here on the monitor, that'd be great, as we can hopefully see how the Team Trump party is going there in West Palm Beach. Also, we were up in Pennsylvania as well. Nikki Stanzione there at a Team Trump event as well. So always good to see various events going on around the country right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're waiting to see which states are projected for President Trump. Okay. Okay, so the race is not called. We're just hearing about Georgia right now with the AP, but the Georgia Secretary of State says President Trump has an insurmountable lead right now, but the state has not called it for Georgia at this point. And we will wait until the Associated Press and others make that call. And of course, but right now, President Trump with this sizable lead in the Peach State, some good news for the 45th and soon to become, we see the 47th, possibly the 47th president of the United States. Looking on various pictures here live in West Palm Beach, the place is packed, just having a great time there as they watch the numbers come in, Bobby.
Oh, it's an exciting room, and it's great to see that in West Palm Beach because these people have worked so hard on this campaign, the blood, the sweat, the tears, literally, in the case of President Trump, taking a bullet for democracy, and perhaps the stalwart that changed the dynamics of this race. People that have come to politics like Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly, who once covered it or had an interest in it, but then saying, for my family, for the future of this nation, I have to get involved, and I have to endorse President Trump.
Exactly. So I believe you're looking at on the screen there, Director, if we can get that on the monitor here, the president leading in Pennsylvania, 51.4% over 47.6% over Harris. So we're looking at 2.9 million votes you see there for President Trump to 2.7. What a swing state to win if President Trump wins this one. That's a big one there, Bobby.
That is gigantic. If looking at this now, if it's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Peach State of Georgia, and of course Nevada, he is the next president.
Exactly.
So that would put him over 270.
Do we have, Director, do we have the popular vote numbers? Do we have the popular vote numbers anywhere? There they are, popular vote totals. Through the last updated returns, 60.1 million Americans, over 56.1 for Harris. So that's the popular vote totals. We know the numbers right now when it comes to the electoral map as well. Possibly we could take a look at that too as we are here just reporting live for you guys as we see the numbers come in on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know that President Trump at last look was at about 230 electoral votes, so still that 40 to go. And we'll be looking to see what races are called, and of course we'll call them right here. Just a shout out to everybody also here at Right Side in the studio that is working on all of these numbers and seeing everything come to fruition here. And all of the graphics and everything going on. We're just working as a team right now as we see at 11:52 p.m. Eastern Time. We're approaching November 6th, Bobby, and by November 6th, I believe we'll know who the next president will be.
As President Trump said, this is Liberation Day. Remember the 5th of November, and what a potentially historic moment. This doesn't happen often where someone loses the presidency and then makes that comeback. This would only be the second time, in fact, in American history.
As you see at the bottom of your screen, I agree with you 100% on that. You see awaiting results from key swing states. So that's exactly what we're doing here at Right Side. That's what you're doing there at home or wherever you're watching us. Thanks so much for tuning in or live streaming in. I keep saying tuning in. You're not tuning in, you're live streaming in. Let's talk about RepublicanRed.com. RepublicanRed.com, the winery there. So many varieties of wine at RepublicanRed.com. You see a few of them right there. And isn't there a Pinot Noir that's...
It's the Never Surrender. It's a collectible item. Really fantastic. And perhaps some of you might have it tonight to enjoy a potential victory. We're not getting ahead of ourselves, but it's looking rather positive. And then, of course, you have the Second Amendment Cabernet, a great way to celebrate our freedoms there, and then the Drain the Swamp Chardonnay, of course, a crisp white to enjoy, making fun of the bureaucratic state, and it really is we the people versus the uniparty.
Exactly, and that's what the fork in the road is that we're facing right now. We finally got to the fork. We've been talking about it. I know I've said it 500 times on this network, but it's true. Like
it's been a journey, hasn't it? It's been 4 years of twists and turns and people losing their lives. And that's the thing, it's the preventable crime we've spoken of, whether it's an open border, the fentanyl poisoning, the unnecessary wars. Vladimir Putin would not have invaded Ukraine, period. Wherever you stand on that, and the fact that we send hundreds of millions and sometimes billions over to the Ukrainian government, and then you have natural disasters here, and our FEMA cannot help out people in Western North Carolina. This will all change in a matter of weeks.
Exactly. Director, where are we going next on the next sponsor here? All right, the Trump Combat Knife, PatriotAddictDeals.com, PatriotAddictDeals.com. So many great products there for President Trump and MAGA. If you love MAGA, you love President Trump, PatriotAddictDeals.com is for you. And also RSBN 30 for this great discount there for 30% off. You can get that at PatriotAddictDeals.com. Let's take a look at some live pictures. Hopefully we can go to West Palm, but also it would be great to see the electoral map as well. That's as we track everything coming through right now. It is still 230 to 205 for President Trump. So we've been watching the numbers since 6 p.m. Eastern time. We've been live the whole time with Christina Loren, who you've seen in the projection room, and then also Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida, which will be going back there. That is quite the party tonight in Florida, especially if President Trump wins this one. We're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. President Trump still leading. He's leading in Georgia. He's leading in Arizona. No numbers yet for Nevada, so those numbers are not even in at all right now as we approach the midnight hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby, your thoughts at this point?
Well, it's also interesting that one more victory in a Senate seat and the Republicans then have the majority in at least one chamber, and now also a significant lead in the U.S. House, 171 to 129 right now. Of course, 435 seats all up for grabs every 2 years in the House, but things looking rather positive as we move into what will be Wednesday, November 6th, the day after the election.
Oh boy, it would be quite awesome to see the results here tonight or midnight right in the morning. All right, so we're going to go to way up north from where we are here in Alabama. We're going to go to Pennsylvania, the huge swing state of Pennsylvania right now. So let's go there to Nikki Stanzione, who joins us live from a Trump team watch party. Nikki, take it away.
Hey guys, this is pretty unbelievable what has just happened over the last few minutes. There has been a very obvious shift in the energy. I think people were getting very excited about what was happening, throughout the night, and seeing these numbers starting to get really good for Pennsylvania as we were starting to initially close the gap. But now over the last few minutes, as we saw the lead that Dave McCormick has been taking, he has been working relentlessly on the campaign trail. Every time President Trump has been here in Pennsylvania at a rally, we've seen Dave McCormick take the stage. He has been fighting hard for this state, and this crowd wants to see him go over the edge and take it home. And of course, every time we hear these Pennsylvania results coming in for President Trump being approximately around 51-47 at this point in the lead against Kamala, I'll tell you what, it's a different feeling. It's a feeling of confidence. It's a different level of optimism. And when we saw Bucks County take it from earlier in the night when we were at about, I think it was about 76% when they first started rolling in for her side. Now it is absolutely in a tie position at the 49% mark or so. So it's very exciting here in Bucks County. I just can't even believe that we might just be hours, if not less, away from a decisive victory. It could be big. Now the lights just went out. It's getting very exciting in here.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting there, and the fact that that Commonwealth could go to President Trump. Everybody was talking about Pennsylvania, right, Bobby? I mean, everybody was talking about it, and now what we're seeing is a possible win for President Trump. He is leading there right now. In your time there, Nikki, just talking with some of the great people of Pennsylvania, what are they saying? Are they optimistic? Are they nervous?
Very nervous. Everybody's kind of in that holding their breath mode. I see people doing, this like hold on to nothing pose, where they're just kind of waiting to hear. Every time we hear on the televisions, okay, we have another call to make, everybody gets silent. You could hear a pin drop, and then all of a sudden there's eruptions of cheers because we've had so many moments of good news tonight. Of course, a little disappointed when we saw, I'll tell you when the biggest boos came out. The biggest boos came out for Adam Schiff, not surprisingly. The other big boo came out when Virginia got called for Harris. That was a big one. But overall, I've been hearing a lot more cheers than boos tonight, and the optimism, to your question, has been really off the charts, which I love to see.
Well, it's what President Trump spoke of, Nikki, as we were there covering so much of the activity in the Commonwealth ever since June. President Trump saying if he wins Pennsylvania, it's...
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, you just went out for one moment. I think, hold on one second. I think you guys just went out for a moment. But I'll tell you, if you were asking me about what President Trump had been saying on the campaign trail regarding the idea of if Pennsylvania gets this, America gets this, and I have to tell you, the path is very, very close. Not only for Pennsylvania, but when we start to see what could be happening in several other swing states, it could happen even before we get to Pennsylvania. I mean, it really could happen. And I'm hearing people saying tonight that if we bring it home here, they know that they will be calling President Trump the 47th president of the United States.
You know what's going to be great is, Nikki, if we get the chance, if President Trump pulls the win for Pennsylvania, we'd look forward to coming to you live again and seeing you all with the people there in Pennsylvania, just enjoying the moment.
I have the chills just as you say it. I'm starting to get a little verklempt, as they say. I really have to say, I know that's what everybody's waiting for. They're kind of on the edge, just waiting for that moment. I will tell you this, we did get an announcement. Somebody came out and said, stand by. If you had any intention of leaving anytime in the next half hour, don't, because we might have some really good news and we want this room full to hear that news together. So I believe that is a very likely possibility, and maybe even leaning now toward a probability.
And that's a once-in-a-lifetime experience to watch the energy of any campaign at any level become victorious as you get into the early morning hours. And as I look behind you, Nikki, it seems like quite a mix of different ages and people showcasing that same energy that President Trump did just 24 hours ago to finish his last rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Absolutely. It's funny because I would say this crowd is very reflective of what I saw at the polls today, as I talked to you about earlier, seeing a real mix of demographics, seeing a lot of men, but also a lot of women, seeing a lot of seniors, also seeing a lot of children, and certainly seeing a lot of first-time voters. I'm looking around, of course, over by the bar, I'm seeing a lot of those college-age kids who might have just voted for their very first time in this election. And I have been walking around talking to some families, and even the kids, like we talk about at the rallies, and like you just mentioned, Bobby, the kids get so excited and so invigorated because this is a moment that they'll remember to talk about one day to their own children, that they were a part of history. And actually on the lines today, I spoke to two young little girls and I asked them why they were excited about being here, and they said, well, their teachers wanted them to see what the voting process was like, and they wanted to be a part of that experience so they could share it with their classrooms. But they also said they want America to be a free country and for people to just be who they are and be free. And it was really sweet, and it just showed you how freedom matters to us at every age. And it's even something that the younger children of this country recognize as a beautiful privilege that we have living in this country that none of us want taken away from us.
Perfectly said, Nikki. And it's interesting as we, over the years, how about over the past 9 years, interviewed so many people outside of all of the President Trump's rallies and events and speeches. And I know all three of us and any other hosts at Right Side, we've interviewed everybody, and it's been great. And the people are just really excited right now. Nikki Stanzione, This is quite the night. It's 11:04 Central, 12:04 where you are in the morning. So happy November 6th. Hopefully it's going to be a very happy November 6th for all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I hope so. So Nikki, I just want to share with you the latest numbers that we have for Pennsylvania out of the Associated Press. Jeez. So 83% of the vote is counted. 83%. So President Trump has 51.4% of the vote. Harris has 47.7. So the numbers, 3 million for President Trump, 2.8 for Harris. 84% of the votes counted. So we are seeing some history in the making right now. Nikki Stenzione, thank you so much for that live report. We're going to go back out to you guaranteed, especially for a win for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All right, so that was Nikki Stenzione there live. And of course, awaiting the results from the key swing states. I mean, man, we got to get one of those Red Bulls and drink up a little bit of an energy kick, because I'll tell you, we're doing well, but man, this has been 6 straight hours, and we see President Trump doing so well. It's very refreshing. And
this is exactly what took place 8 years ago. It was Pennsylvania that really drove it home for him, and then that blue wall came tumbling down in Michigan and Wisconsin. So a similar narrative, and again, really at the end of this, we'll be able to see, was it the Gen Z vote that really helped get him over the edge? And then also in North Carolina and potentially the Peach State, was it the African American vote, especially men, who put it over the top for President Trump? Because as of now, although these are relatively high numbers, it really is breaking down into a turnout election. So it's interesting, because this was always the theory of those who initially ran against President Trump. He has his base, but he cannot win re-election. You heard that from some Republican voices, even those who were running against him in the primary, and clearly it's looking like they were wrong about that.
Exactly. I mean, this is just wild to see this historic election unfolding before our eyes right now. This is what we've been seeing at every rally. The amount of support for President Trump that we've been talking about is possibly coming to a close here in a sense of a win. How about you got to be a good closer? And that's what's happening right now. I mean, this is legit. This is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia are the swing states that have not been called yet, and they are all leaning red right now. This is quite an amazing moment in time, especially when we see the results of the swing states. And Bobby, again, 40 electoral votes to go.
And that's what he can close this right now. If it's going the direction of the Commonwealth, of the Peach State, and then Nevada, when we get those numbers, that could be game, set, and match. And then with the rest, President Trump would not even need those potentially. So we'll see how this all presents itself, as we hope to have an answer relatively soon. But it's really a pretty beautiful map, and perhaps could be a larger win for him than he had 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton.
I'm not getting ahead of myself, but indirectly I am. I want Thanksgiving and Christmas this year and the New Year to be just such a great time. I want to be able to sit back and watch a football game and not have the worries or thoughts of politics on my mind, right?
Right.
You just want to, be like, hey, our country is back. We have a president that is going to do great things with a cabinet that is America first, and just to kick back and enjoy life again in America. And I hope that will be the same for as many countries around the world as possible. So many people in the free world would love to have an opportunity even to have this situation. Unfortunately, it went the wrong way in Brazil. It went the wrong way in Venezuela and in other countries around the world. But for some reason, we're blessed here in this nation to be here as Judeo-Christian background, of a founding there. And so it's just great to be a part of it. And it's great to be here live with you guys. If you'd like to follow any of us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN for Truth Social. I'm at Matthew Alvarez, and Bobby is?
I am at Robert B. McNeely on True Social, at Robert McNeely TV over on Instagram.
All right, so it is 12:09 Eastern time right now, as it is November 6th. The election was yesterday. Here we are today at 2:30 to 2:10, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. We are waiting here with you guys. I'm also trying to line up an interview with Christopher Macchio, the opera singer. He's in West Palm Beach. Maybe actually he can go to Harrison and Meghan and maybe interview with them live. So I'll just coordinate that here on the side. But the point is, he will be singing tonight in West Palm Beach. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. I'm just saying it'd be great to talk with him, because remember in Butler, Pennsylvania, and in Madison Square Garden, you saw that Frank Sinatra song at the end, New York, New York. I mean, we're getting slowly closer, but still way too close to call. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Arizona, Bobby. So we're looking at it. We'll see what happens.
And Christopher's such a great opera star in New York and internationally, and really quite the gentleman. He spent a few moments with us prior to the pre-show in Madison Square Garden, and that was one of the most special rallies, a homecoming rally. You know, this was the most famous auditorium, famous stadium in the world. Billy Joel performing there 150 times. And of course, Michael Jordan in the 1990s, my Chicago Bulls, ran wild on Patrick Ewing and the Knicks. I'm sorry for any New York fans out there, but I'd like to share that for all you sports fans. But that was really a wonderful homecoming for President Trump in the Big Apple.
It was awesome at MSG, of all places, the most famous arena in the world, housed the most famous person in the world.
Fantastic. And breaking news, RSBN is proud to project that the Peach State of Georgia will be going its 16 electoral votes for President Donald Trump. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that his lead is insurmountable and Vice President Kamala Harris will not surpass President Donald Trump. Georgia is on my mind, and that was a special moment for me personally. My adopted home state is really on the verge now of saving America. 16 electoral votes, Georgia going for President Trump.
All I can do is smile right now as we see 16 electoral votes. So that is a total of 2 swing states for President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, Georgia for Trump. What will happen in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona? We will see shortly right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby, your thoughts again, Georgia.
A special moment. It's good people. Many of us have moved there for a better way of life, including myself. And you will find the most hospitable, lovely, common sense individuals. And we got it done for the American people. And I knew Georgia would. I knew the Peach State would hit a home run for America, and they did so tonight.
Exactly.
Very exciting.
Well, we want to see some more home runs and some more grand slams and singles, doubles, triples, whatever. We'll bring home the runs here when it comes to wins. All right, so let's go also to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee and his team there at Free Trump Book writing some great books for the youth of America. You saw one there. That's the Kid's Guide to President Trump. There's also the Kid's Guide to American Greatness as well, freetrumpbook.com. The next one is Jude. So big farm, big and lobbyists have made it into place, shouldn't often leading to the support of many, including micro platform. Check this out. It's creating. You go to jobs and use that RSBN promo code for quite a discount there. Sponsor side broadcasting network. That Georgia went to President Trump. We know that Pennsylvania, we're waiting to see the numbers. We're waiting to see the numbers in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, here we go. What's going to happen? It's 12:14 in the morning. We're on it. And we're going to see a possible victory for the 47th President of the United States. as you see there, RSBN calls Georgia for President Trump.
That's a special chyron to look upon, joining all of you now into November 6th on the East Coast. And President Trump said this was going to be Liberation Day. Things were looking good. And right now, in all categories, it's not set in stone, 246 to Harris's 210 in the electoral count. But this is clearly the get out the vote effort on the part of the Republican Party. The apparatus was truly once in a lifetime.
Exactly. I remember interviewing Joan Reynolds from Alabama, who worked with people that were Trump delegates out of Alabama. They were actually doing a GOTV, a get out the vote, all the way over to Georgia and Macon just the other day when Liz Willis was there live. And so you see that Americans helping Americans. I mean, crossing state lines and just saying, hey, you know, we're here from Alabama. Who are you voting for? And just, it's the basic word of mouth sometimes, you know, when you make that nice impression on somebody and, you know, they're thinking if they're on the fence a little bit. But what we see is a win in Georgia. So let's look at Minnesota real quick, too. I know that looks like it's going to go the other way, but let's just double check some of the numbers there. Minnesota right now, in Minnesota, that's 57% of the votes counted there, so that may go the other way. President Trump, 2,921,948 for Harris, so that's a small lead, but a lead that has about 86% of the votes counted there. And then if we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, it looks like Michigan is in the lead. Pretty sizable lead for President Trump, 52.3% to 46%. And then Wisconsin about the same, 51.2% to 47.3%. I mean, it is looking good right now, Bobby, at 12:16 in the morning.
And again, if you have, let's just say Michigan and Wisconsin, that's 25, he becomes president with 271.
Exactly. So we are about, okay, so what is the number? So we're at 230 still. Well,
Well,
it says yeah, now we're at
46 with our projections.
Yes, so 246 right now, so we're getting close here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so so we see that Georgia called for President Trump. We'll be possibly going back there live soon to Palm Beach, Florida, where Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler are standing by. And, you know, that is where the Team Trump watch party is. Great time there, I'm sure, right now in Pennsylvania as well, with where Nikki Stanzione is. So we'll be heading out there soon as we watch the numbers come in right here on Right Side. All right, we are lining up some various reports here as well, as we know that President Trump has 246 electoral votes to Harris's 210 at this point. So let's just double check a couple things on Truth Social as well when it comes to President Trump. The last thing he posted about
This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia. 15 and a half, okay? Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia, that's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost 21. Okay, so hold on to that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this. Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania.
You're not married, so...
No, I'm not married. Some things I'm going to show you right now. Really, when we talk about that's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there, Mark. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? All right, there's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped.
Thank you for being believers in the promise of America. We still have most to come. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue to go back and try to get sure
you guys tomorrow? Great. I do not know what time. Look at emails, check them. I'm guessing somewhere between 10 and 12. Yeah.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has called the battleground state of Georgia for Republican Donald Trump. That adds another 16 electoral votes to the Republicans' total. It's also the second of the 7 battleground states that AP has called tonight for Trump. The other 5 remain outstanding at this hour and are too early to call. As you can see on the live voting map next to me, that brings Donald Trump's electoral vote total to 246 and Kamala Harris to 210. Back with me, as he is all night, is Sagar Magani. Okay, Sagar, we've got our second of these battleground calls. What are you telegraphing in this? What do we see?
Well, when you look at that number, 246 for Donald Trump, that puts him 24 electoral votes away from being declared the winner of this race. When you look at Pennsylvania with 19 and some of these other battlegrounds that you mentioned, he is easing toward that. The Harris campaign had said just before we called this race that there are too many races too close to call, all the votes have to be counted, and that the vice president herself would not be speaking at their victory rally / party event tonight at Howard University here in Washington, her alma mater. So the mood clearly dispirited there as people began just flooding out of that.
Yeah,
Howard
we saw that
games.
in our live pictures here.
Just
people just
flocking
leaving,
away from there once they were told that the vice president would not be appearing. So a dour mood among Democrats, but a whole lot of happy people at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is supposed to address his supporters.
Right, and we will keep our eyes on our images coming in from all of his supporters gathered. Thank you for that, and we will bring you more AP race calls and election night updates as this evening goes on. Thank you, and stay tuned.
You've been like looking and not looking this evening. The election that year, we talked about when we went to bed with our percentages
Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more.
Kennedy was assassinated. I need 405. I don't know. I'll go up to school, but it's 405. Johnson became president, decided to reform the military, decided that our headquarters was eliminating our headquarters as a consequence. It is. It really told you the last one. They should have scratched it off your box. We like you, that's what's happening. They've decided to put the now, take this, put it all back in this. Doing classification. Decided the best place to put me was in the city. Those people go out on the field all the time. Make sure you do, how many do you have on the 3 weeks? Anyhow, the warrant officer for the strings and I was, all of a sudden we assigned to his headquarters. I have a $64 question. You guys want to quit, or do you want to do one more? Yeah. The hearing unit goes on. Okay. You guys have business. You can't rely on other people to make it. Okay, now if you think you can get it done in 40 minutes or less? Sure. It is 11:08. 11:08. Can you get it done in 40 minutes? How long did the last one take you? No. Can I make a suggestion? I got into a pay section that was rated among... Wait, we'll all you guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Yes. Or any time thereafter. Thank you guys very much for everything you've done.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then grab half a Diet Pepsi and drink it on the way home.
Are you leaving? Okay. You're not going to leave from up there?
Yeah.
Drive carefully, okay? Spread out all over some of the companies. There are
presidential election.
Understood.
That's why I said that.
And we've
That's
talked a
why
lot
you
about
understand
campaign.
Which is probably a blessing. Well, we're all in it together. We're all but also but we're also
Yeah, you too.
Ladies picking on you. They look like they are.
daggers.
Okay. We appreciate everything you guys have done. You've been a great team. I appreciate it.
You all too, you've done a great job.
You guys make our job easy. We're finishing up.
Yeah.
And we will not leave without you.
Yeah, I'm just going to press
Okay, no problem. We will. Okay, we got it.
She doesn't avoid coming home.
Yes, and of course,
But it was not my favorite job ever. Because it was the only place to work in that town and actually make a living wage. It's
Did you get to these? How long did you put up?
until I moved back to Denver.
And you never went back to that island? Very good reason. Been there, done that.
And I mean, I can keep my money but what always really got to me about that is I realized two things. How easily I could be replaced by other people. They right now didn't have a machine that could put this part of sound, which is great, put it in this machine. I could back up to the next screen. So I had to do that, but I really, eventually they were listening. There was no one line zero. This was 20 years ago. 131 machine is run by a person that, sorry, that the factory is run by one guy now. 96 and 1,000 machines. 4, 6.
Oh, thank you. No, he's got these plans on it, but thank you for the offer.
Was this box light? Aren't there only 99 fast? We're fast on this course. Should we be getting some over? When you're
Yeah. You juiced yourself up. We're still
running on drugs here.
Yeah.
My boyfriend's dad worked at the same factory that I was telling you about. Like he repaired the machines that were
It's different when you go on the channel.
and I remember thinking my dad because that's the only way of the future. They're not going to need me. They need somebody to repair all the machines.
If you're really advanced,
I
armpits. Hope you guys have a good evening. Yeah. See you tomorrow morning.
Animation.
Have a good one. Yeah, you too.
Scenes, realistic special effects done looks as if every photograph live.
I'm not a mediator, but they probably have extra something else.
This could never happen.
Or dinner. Well, what are we working tomorrow? 10 to 6.
Yes, it's an extension of the impossible.
So we're just hanging out. No, she's ready. Oh, she is. Let me tie my shoe.
My sound system, I've got it connected up so that I can produce the same effect. My Did you, by any chance, watch Oppenheimer? You guys gotta hurry up. Christopher Nolan, producer, director. Super hit on a very, very dry. Oh my God.
Yes, 96555. Did you read Countdown 1935? Sorry, 1948.
No.
12251.
Is that the same subject?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was based on a
Mistake that Robert Oppenheimer was developing a conscience when he presented his accomplishment to bloodthirsty individuals who were charged. The bottom line is, we built this thing to kill people, and that's what we intended.
I don't know what anybody was expecting differently. Then it is 4, 7, 8, and I think that we are going to use it.
And do you think we spent that, yeah, do you think we spent $2 billion on this just to clear up?
161. And what is it that usually ensures destruction? Do we really think that we're going to have all these bombs and never use them? 7.
You see, warfare, I want to get a picture with you.
That was a very quick no. That was a quick no.
I want to go home before midnight. You don't have to see if I'm sure position. Do you have that much faith in all our students? I am. As long as you're here by 5. Very good. Let's get started.
Thank you so much for your service then and now. All right.
It all probably
They're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be
Oh,
over that magic 270 number. We're also following the
Yeah, thank you for going with me. We have a lot on the ballot. So we're closing up, heading everybody out.
Thank you.
I'm still live right now, so I have to get my editors like 5-10 minutes
Okay.
before I turn off.
Okay. Yeah, probably because I think we'll all be done.
Oh, you're our AP stringer.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Or I'm not a stringer, but.
Oh, AP.
Yeah.
She's an AP.
I mean, video. She's a stringer. Yeah.
You're the AP stringer.
Okay.
I met somebody who I spoke at a neighborhood association. He said that you were on assignment because he was in Nevada.
Oh.
He lives in my
Yes.
neighborhood. He's my neighbor.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you guys a very funny story. So I went to school for journalism and was a print reporter for a long time. I actually founded the Denver North Star here in town. But back in the day when I was in college in Pennsylvania, I was an AP stringer. And I always joke with people, I was like, that was back when I had a dial-up modem, and they were like, reporting every like minutes, right? And so you would have to sit there and hit like refresh, and then your whole dial-up modem would go through the whole thing. For like, and I was like, this is insane. It's so slow, and we'd be like so freaking out about it, and like then you'd dial up and go through the whole process again, and there would be nothing new because they didn't used to tell us like when the next results were coming. It's just like you just never knew. Like it was like figure it out, I guess, and then you just keep doing it all the time.
It was also old school, but at the same time, like in some ways, I'm like, hopefully we'll be able to call.
Have we come that far?
Some things are still just quite funky.
Pennsylvania is still
You could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be part of the story as well. Let's go out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you as well. We've got our
it's an adventure.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll get out of here soon. Just let them know.
No problem. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up before everybody goes.
And Caitlin, you was struck by the whole concept that again Trump was undercounted.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided, you didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see
Can I have your attention, please? We have 3 more awards that we're still processing. That's all we got left. When we begin the escorting process, there will be the announcement, and we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, they asked me to make a spatial map.
Oh no.
I don't know any of this stuff.
No
I think
problem.
the guy who moves stuff and can reach up behind.
Perfect. Not a problem.
And I can draw very fast letters. Thanks, Mark.
So we're gonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, he's gonna picture me drinking water. Anything of you. Almost there, guys. The worst part is like when you have to go potty. Just go wait.
the weekend. They were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game. But do ground games matter?
Along with those mail ballots, they have thousands of provisional ballots. Those are for people who register on the same day. Those take several days to process. We're told there are also thousands of ballots that need hearing. So if you're someone who voted by mail, it's a good idea to go online and check and see if your ballot was accepted. If not, secure it with the registrar. In most cases, it's in the vault, guys. They will reach out to you, so worthwhile to check. Recording until we get those last ones in tonight, and we'll have all that.
Guys from the library, yes.
Was actually 3 hours after 17 allowed people to vote there. Now, let's 7 centers to bring their voters here. Make sure that the voter center is sitting right here. And again, once those are processed, there's going to be a second set of numbers you see, the second range of numbers you see after that first vote that we saw. It needs to be done today.
We're almost there. We have the next 7 minutes to get our photos up.
I think you. We were all looking at the same thing.
I think except one. If he's serious about it.
He's just talking and talking, and they're just waiting for. No, They're waiting for him to hit the stage. They're done. They're going to another break. And it's 11:23. That's 2 minutes. Okay, let me go put this away and I'll help you.
Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just
tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.